don't have to do it all to survive the nightfall. When you fight against the tide and you're about to lose.
Alright, well, I'm a little late, but it's been a hard week. That's all I got. That's my excuse. Okay, hello. So, you're here on the table. I normally do painting stuff, but wanted to start doing some reaction stuff, and I started getting stuff sent to me on my Discord for me to react to. So, I'm gonna start by, I hope the music isn't too loud. It's very loud in my ears. We're gonna start with the Male Loneliness Epidemic by Shoe on Head, which ironically is someone I watch anyway, same with Asmon. And then probably move on to doing some of Asmon's take on Baldur's Gate, as I haven't seen any of those yet, and I'm honestly quite fascinated, because everyone's been saying Baldur's Gate has been incredible, but I haven't seen anything about it, as my head's been underground with work. But I mean, play the crap out of D&D, so it should be right up my alley. But I managed to not watch anything in Baldur's Gate, not watch anything from Asmongold, and I'm watching Asmongold anyway, so we're probably gonna do that. Then we'll switch over to me making my list for a local 40k tournament tomorrow. Because, wait till last second, obviously. And then any time left over before we hit our roughly 8-hour mark, I'll do some painting. Probably finish the Phobos Apothecary Kit Bash that I realized after taking pictures this morning that I have not actually finished. The visor needs to be done. Then moving on to the Grabs Captain that we would normally be painting. So, I do not yet have the commands working, so unfortunately you're going to have to look into the descriptions of your various platforms to find a link tree to the Discord if you want to send me stuff to react to, but yeah. Anyway, yes, it does say White Pill in the title. I consider myself White Pill. I think the world is actually in a really good spot and is getting better, and I actually have a huge amount of stats and graphs and research to back that up. So from that perspective of things are actually way better than people think, I'm going to take a look at the Male Loneliness Epidemic, and the current, I'm assuming the MGTOW and the incel movements is what's going to be touched on here. And probably the results of the third and fourth waves of feminism, and we'll see where it goes. I generally like Shoe and Head's takes, so this should be good. Let me turn the music off here. Alright, let's go.
Yep.
I regret to inform you, the men are not okay. That's right, folks. The men are not okay. The men have no friends.
Men have fewer friends than ever, and it's harming their health. The male friendship recession is having dire consequences.
No girl.
What's behind the rise of lonely single men? Well, I mean, probably a lot of things.
Girlfriend.
I mean, I can probably rattle off a list off the top of my head if I'm gonna be honest. I mean, you have a lot of, even just the women entering the workforce, which I think is overall a good thing. Men are having to figure out their new place in society, as it's no longer enough to nail down a wife by just having a decent paycheck as a bare minimum. Just have a job. That's not enough anymore, especially when just one job usually isn't enough to cut just survival either. This is not the only thing I do, so I'd like to get to that point, but we're not there yet. So even I'm in that hamster wheel. But yeah, if women can also make the money, what do men bring to the table? Well, something you have to try much harder. I've never had that issue myself, but I can see how a lot of men that don't dig deep into that kind of topic on an intellectual level, how they'd be having a hard time of it.
Generation of American men give up on college. I just feel lost. Yeah, that sucks.
College education, no money, are breaking their legs and inserting metal rods into their bones to
It's finally over. From 5'5" to 6'0". What if they met?
I do have to throw out there, by the way, the audio may cut out every now and again. I have not yet figured out why that happens with my I have a two PC streaming setup, so that just might be a thing. Fortunately, they're very, very brief. And if it seems like something super relevant, I will go back and go over that again.
Measured him in like a year after this, and it turned out that he was 5'11". Because like I feel like that's kind of the same thing as 5'5", right? Yeah, does he get his money back? Does he get to sue them? Like, how does that work? I mean, by the way, I don't think this is like anything wrong with men. I mean, like, girls get boob implants all the time, right? They get the Brazilian fucking butt lift stuff too. So like, I don't think this is really that surprising.
be a few inches taller, and listening to AI Batman help them overcome their pornography addiction.
I've seen these where it's like Master Chief explains to you why you shouldn't jerk off to incest porn. Master Chief convinces you to clean the dog poop out of your bathtub.
Okay, actually, I had not I had not run into any of that. I did not know any of that was the thing. That's actually really funny. I don't know what my thoughts are on that, except I just find that extremely amusing. Man, Master Chief tells you to don't watch porn. That, wow, okay. I mean, it makes sense because I saw a video the other day about how there's a company in Japan making robot strippers, like robot pole dancers. So, you know what? Makes perfect sense you'd have people on both sides. Although, it's somewhat unsurprising to me, the anti-porn side is the far lazier of the two. Like, you can make an AI script. You can make an AI voice script in like a couple hours. There's this company of these like 7 dudes like making full-on robots, and it's taking them like 5 years, and they're still at it. Going right at it. That's amazing. It's really funny. Rat, get in the chat. I can't have you making me laugh on video and no one knows why I'm laughing. Oh man, dude. Our Discord is starting to get pretty lit. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I'm serious. Like, bro, like, I'm not kidding. Now, I'm not gonna watch one of these because if I do, I'll probably have to jump out the window. But I just want you to know that it exists.
You deserve real love.
Oh,
Turns
God.
out the
Oh,
society
no.
that was built by and allegedly for men has indeed let them
That's I didn't hear anything Short had to say. That's already. Oh man. You want to know? I can see how someone hasn't intellectualized it that much. Anyway, okay, that's already failing. Just no, just I can't. All right, I gotta go back. Master Chief tells you everything's gonna be okay. Oh no, they're all by the same channel too. Got a decent number of views. Pure J, overcome a panic attack. Okay.
I'm gonna watch one of these because if I do, I'll probably have to jump out the window. But I just want you to know that it exists.
You deserve real love.
Oh,
Turns out
God.
the society that was built by and allegedly for men has indeed let them down. Now you might be thinking, oh look, another boo-hoo poor men video by Shoe on Head. Yes. And if you have a problem with that, tune into
This is why I love Shoe on Head. It just, yeah. Yep. Just gonna claim it. Just gonna acknowledge and claim your complaints. Just yep, that's what's happening right now. Absolutely. It's so good.
Shoe on head. Yes. And if you have a problem with that, tune into literally anything else. Men are in a crisis.
I don't know how people drink energy drinks. What the hell? What? They taste good, bro.
You know, okay, first off, that person's dumb. Monsters and Red Bulls taste awful. But speaking of which, I went out of my way to fill my huge water thing, and then I failed to actually add gamer subs to it before starting. I think part of it is because subconsciously I know I'm running out. Although I ordered my next tub, but it's all good. We're gonna get there. Yeah, I'm almost out of JFJ brand snake oil. Sad times, but happy times soon to be here, as I got pineapple something or another coming. Which, you know, in the mood for pineapple after I had some pizza with pineapple on it the other day. Yes. Feel free to get in the chat and begin screaming. Because I actually like Hawaiian pizza. It actually was not Hawaiian, it was a custom Domino's pizza. With extra onions and pineapple. Among like 8 other things. What do you think I am? A savage? It's a custom pizza. Everything's gonna be on that thing. Just because everyone's doing it. I gotta. I really like that trend. I think it's really funny.
I've never had one. I had like 2 sips. I said nope.
And it seems nobody really cares. And the people who do care just seem like the people who want to sell them shit. Not me.
Yeah, there's like guys like, yeah, I really care about your problems. Please subscribe to my fucking newsletter for $25 a month, and it'll tell you how to grow chest hair. And that's what you need. You need to get chest hair, aviator sunglasses, and
cigars.
You have to only wear fitted jeans.
Oh,
and if you do that, you're gonna actually be.
I feel a little attacked. I like fitted jeans. Oops.
Cool.
I'm different. So before we get into this, let's quickly get into today's sponsor.
Oh no.
Today's sponsor is Holzkern. Holzkern is a young Austrian company that designs
Do you
unique...
guys remember whenever Summit got his sponsorship dropped from Monster because he was smoking weed on stream? And I went and I said that you know what Monster Energy should do is they should have a competition. Have somebody that smokes weed nonstop next to somebody who drinks Monster Energy drinks nonstop, and let's see who dies first. And I heard through the grapevine that Monster Energy is not willing to work with me in any capacity whatsoever.
Crafted watch.
Because I was...
Gee, unsurprising, because it's almost like weed can't kill you, at least not directly. So, yeah. I think we already know who wins that one.
Right.
And jewelry made from all natural materials. Their high-quality timepieces come in various designs for both men and women, making them the perfect gift for any occasion.
Okay, you know what I'd like? Which, for clarity, I'm not a Zoomer. I'm a millennial. I actually don't like avocados. But anyway, that's the only reason I haven't tried Badger's guacamole gamer fart yet. That's the only reason. I don't want to buy a whole 40-pound tub, just end up not liking it. I've been trying to get a hold of a sampler pack. Anyway, you know what I'd like for a watch? I'd actually wear this. Because while I can tell time using arms. I can. The problem is, I just can't do it as quickly as just seeing digital numbers. And, like, I got things to do. So, like, if I could get a watch that, like, holographically, it looks like a normal watch with the hands holographically, and then I, like, tap it, and then it shows me a digital time just like normal. You know? I can just do a doink, and it no longer looks like like an actual classy watch, and I get to just, like, read the time at, like, a super quick glance. Is that too much to ask? Can I have that? Is that a thing? Yeah, everyone knows of that existing. Let me know in the chat.
Blend of function and fashion, and overall I just think they look
Y'all
very
wear
classy,
watches?
especially the men's watch collection. I was pretty impressed with
Okay, I have to say that one looks pretty good. I like the blue and light brown leather. Blue chrome, light brown leather. That is a really nice combo. That's a very classic watch, I think.
the silver casing and blue marble dial of the Naturalist watch, which made for a great gift for my boyfriend. He especially loved the casual yet stylish appearance, making it an ideal choice to wear both at work and at home. I'm also really happy with the watch I picked out.
Wait a second, hold on. How do you... Okay, first off, the watch is upside down? Yeah, because the word is... The word's like this. Yeah, that was just bugging. I was like, wait a second, is the watch upside down? And like, yeah, it is. And I also realized that all of the corners are the same things. The only way you know which one is 6 and which one's 12 is the word there. Anyway, OCD brain picking stuff up. Don't worry about it.
To wear both at work and at home. I'm also really happy with the watch I
never
picked out.
worn a watch.
It's made from
Well, actually, I wore a watch in like 4th grade and I lost it.
black and white marble and features a nice black leather bracelet that just feels so comfy. They also create elegantly crafted earrings, very unique handbags, sunglasses, and necklaces, like this rose marble elevation necklace. It makes a really memorable and unique gift for a loved one. All of their products have a 24-month warranty, and ordering online is super easy.
Bro, XQC's watch was way more than this. Yeah, I mean, come on.
Free shipping to the US and most EU countries within 2 to 5 days. So if you want to get yourself a good quality watch and support the channel, I highly recommend checking out their store and clicking the link in the description below. Use my special code SHOE15 at checkout. That will give you 15% off for all products store-wide. So go to the link down below and choose your own unique piece of nature. Thank you Holzgren for sponsoring this video, and thank you the viewer as always for not skipping the ad.
Why are men and boys struggling? And what should we do about it?
A few new studies have come out that have shown that young men are more lonely and single than ever before. But it's not just men. The women in...
I think also, you know, there's a bit of this, like, I think, yeah, it's societal, but there's also a lot of guys that... It's like if you spend your time growing up jerking off to weird porn to the point to where by the time that you turn 18, you're only sexually attracted to animals that don't exist. I think this isn't healthy either. Like, there's a lot of dudes that, like, whenever they see a girl without makeup on, they think that there's, like, something wrong with her.
Children, too. It's predicted 45% of women will be single and childless by 2030.
Well, that's
According
exciting.
to the media, this is a good thing. The sheconomy
Why do they say it's a good thing? Oh, because it's retailers saying it's a good thing. Yeah, it's probably true for retailers.
Yeah, it makes sense.
booming, as they say. And meanwhile, men being single is treated like this.
New study explains why some single men.
What is she doing with her face?
I was just
why
wondering the
some
same
single
thing.
men
Oh,
are having
where's
a
my-
hard time finding a new partner.
Some of the music that they listen.
Okay, I was trying to get my wireless keyboard. I pulled my wireless keyboard out for this one. Why was she winking there? Why was that? What was that? That's a great pause point right there. All right, hold on.
It explains why some single men.
What is she doing with her face?
Is she try? Does she know did she read the prompter? It's like, I know what we're talking about, and I'm single. I'm looking for something. Like, is that what that was? What was that? She's trying to get some right now.
Why some single men are having a hard time finding a new partner.
Some of the music that they listen to speaks very derogatory.
Right.
Yeah, man, stop listening.
It's, yeah. No, I mean, bro, there are so many, like I've listened to some of these, like, female rapper songs, and they're just as bad. Who the fuck
They
was
are.
it that,
Sometimes
like,
I
admitted
feel
to,
like
like,
they're worse.
drugging and having sex? Was it Cardi B? I think it was, right?
Yeah, Cardi B's like a nightmare.
So, like, I don't want to hear that shit.
Nah.
It's the music. Oh, really? That's an argument I haven't heard for 20 years.
into that derogatory music. Then maybe
Yeah.
you won't be single.
Didn't they try saying the same thing about like rock? And before that was blues. I don't remember which came first, blues or jazz. Blues, and then jazz before that. I mean, it's a classic boomer. Just take the boomer of your generation, and they're gonna blame the music. Oh no, it's just new. It's just new music. Nah, it's so man.
Oh, I think men and
Like, I'm not saying it doesn't hurt, but like you're gonna throw it all on the music. Like, I think it's actually like such a small part of this.
women being single and lonely
I
kind
feel
of
like
show
a lot of the guys that are really single and lonely on the internet, they're not listening to that music. They're listening to like the Lord of the Rings soundtrack. Or the
Yo, true. I'm a true Asmon. Is man that's pretty real.
Divinity Original Sin 2 soundtrack. Like, they're not listening to rap.
there
No,
might be something wrong with society. Perhaps we should address this, not just wave it off as empowering or pathetic. According to several different articles, I love how that's my source. I read about it on the internet. Research
Yeah.
shows that people from individualist countries show a greater sense of loneliness. This is linked to socioeconomic development.
wait, hold on.
Different articles. I love how that's my source. I read about it on the internet. Research
yeah.
shows that people from individualist countries show a greater sense of loneliness. This is linked
Wait a second. I was just looking at a thing about that. Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up. I was just in an argument about this yesterday. Online, because I do that. Let's see. Living conditions, loneliness and social connections. Did this one have like a global chart, or did this one not? Uh, hmm. Yeah, forehead cam. Okay, so I'm on ourworldindata.org, right? And which I greatly recommend people checking out this site. It has a lot of like really interesting data. And um man, there's a lot here to pull apart. Which is like a good thing, I think. It's just where do I start without going over this entire like it's like 7 different studies. However, there is okay, so there's a huge amount of evidence showing individuals who report feelings of loneliness are more likely to have health problems later in their life. There's credible theory and explanation of biological mechanisms whereby isolation can set off unconscious surveillance for social threat, producing cognitive bias, reducing sleep, and affecting hormones. It's very likely there is a causal link, but there is no credible experimental evidence that allows us to have a precise estimate of the magnitude of the causal effect that loneliness has on key metrics of health, such as life expectancy. In fact, if we struggle to pin down the magnitude of the effect of loneliness on health doesn't mean we should dismiss available evidence. More research is needed. So there's a whole thing on measuring loneliness, mechanisms, causality, and implications. Hold on, I'm gonna pull. I'm just gonna pull this window over into here, and we can take a look here for a minute here. So this one jumped out at me. Happiness and friends. Happiness for those who rarely spend time with friends. Happiness for those who often spend time with friends. Let's try to find some, quote, individualist countries. I want to try to get some reference points here. 1999 US, 85% of me share who say they're very happy or rather happy. You guys can see that. Very happy or rather happy. 85 oh wait, I got lost it. US. Where to go? Here we go. 85% to 94%. I mean, it's not a small jump, but also, like, it's not like they're miserable. South Korea, Japan, Canada. I'm looking for these, like, individualism countries compared to, I mean, we have Iran, former Soviet countries. India is kind of weird in that. China is looking at 73 to 81%. China's happiness for those who spend time with friends is lower than US's, for example. Iran doesn't even matter. Stuff still sucks. Macedonia is the largest jump, but still not great. Okay. Are we happier when we spend more time with others? From decades of research, we know that social relations predict mental well-being over time, and from a recent study, we also know that people who actively decide to improve their social relations often report becoming happier. So yes, people are happier when spending more time with friends. Does this mean that we have an exogenous shock to our social relation? If we have an exogenous shock to our social relations, this will have a permanent negative effect on our happiness. Can't really answer this with available evidence. More research is needed to really understand the causal mechanisms that drive the link between happiness and social relations. Despite this, however, I think we should take the available observational evidence seriously. In a way, the causal impact from a random shock is less interesting than the evidence from active strategies that people might take to improve their happiness. People who get divorced, for example, often report a short-term drop in life satisfaction, but over time tend to recover and eventually end up being more satisfied with their life than shortly before they divorce. Okay. It makes sense to consider the possibility that healthy social relations are a key missing piece for well-being. Among other things, this would help explain the paradoxical results from studies where actively pursuing happiness apparently ends up decreasing it. Oh, where's that? I kind of want to see that. Oh, this is a whole thing. That's a... Not right now. Importance of social networks for innovation and productivity. Basic idea of social connections make it easier for knowledge to travel farther and faster. What is the empirical value of this theory? What do knowledge spillovers actually look like in the world? Do scientists and engineers really rely on social connections to disseminate their new ideas and inventions? Gonna basing it on patents as a data point. Disentangling geographic proximity and social interactions. Correlation between proximity and patent citations partially captures the effect from local effect. It sounds like something that I would need to read, like, on a I'd have to read through all of this to be able to pull something. I have not read this entire page. I've skimmed it. I was looking mostly at like a life satisfaction thing yesterday. Is it yesterday or the day before? Yeah, I don't even know. This whole week's been a wash. Globally, total economic output per person is 4.4 times larger than 1950, even accounting for inflation. So it's achieved over a period where people tended towards working fewer hours. We now produce more while working less. 2017 output per hour worked in the $71.6 per hour in productivity. Man, Norway killing it. And then Ireland has this weird thing where like most of the population does not actually fit into that. There's a couple like super crazy hyper productives in there. I read this whole thing a couple months ago about Ireland's like crazy like stat in regard to capita per population. It's because they have a relatively low population, but they have some incredibly high level, like high hyper productives that are like massively swaying this chart. But anyway, that's just a fun like trivia thing. If you like that kind of stuff, I recommend looking into it. It's kind of interesting. Anyway, okay, let's get back to like the video. I want to see her data. I'm sitting on like a place of like some mild suspicion about like about the individualism being the thing that being the connecting factor in this.
Socioeconomic development, increased education, a shift.
Y'all want to see a chart that's pretty?
Actually,
According to several different articles, I love how that's my source. I read about it on the internet. Research shows that people from individualist countries show a greater sense of loneliness. This is linked to socioeconomic development, increased education, a shift.
Y'all want to see a chart that's pretty cute? This chart right here, from 2008 to 2018, within 10 years, it went from 8% to 27% dudes that can't get a girlfriend and hook up with a chick. You know what came out in 2008? Wrath of the Lich King. Funny little fact there. But, yeah, there you go.
Let's go.
White-collar jobs and urbanization. Japan.
Which I do find that really funny, even though I don't play WoW. I think it was in the Wrath of the Lich King days. I played like the free 20 levels, and I didn't have any money, so I didn't go any further than that. I probably wouldn't do that now, even though I do have money. I don't know, just not big on classic MMOs.
Also has an issue with loneliness. In fact, they have a whole movement of people they call the hikikomori.
Wait,
white-collar jobs
Japan?
and urbanization. Japan also has an issue with loneliness. In fact, they have a whole movement of people they call the hikikomori.
Is this the just lay down people? Like just the lay down and rot people?
Did I say that right?
Probably not.
Probably not.
I don't care. Basically, postmodern hermits. Mostly young men who completely withdraw from society.
I don't see this as a problem.
I can see why Asmon wouldn't. Seems completely reasonable to me. I totally don't hang out in the basement all day working away on computers. That definitely is not a thing. What?
I think like, and there's also girls that do this in Japan too. I think it's probably like a 90-10 or like 80-20 thing where it's mainly guys that do it, but there are girls that do it as well. And I think that the reason why is that, like, living life can be really fucking annoying. Especially whenever you're always having to do things that you don't want to do.
That sounds like skill issue to me, but hey.
Because you think about it, right? And you go to, you wake up in the morning, and you just got done going to a school for a degree you didn't really want to get. And now you're going to a job that you don't really want to work at. You drive through traffic or sit through a train that takes an hour while you're playing a gotcha game that you don't have enough money to buy the good characters, so you keep losing to people that are like some oil prince in Dubai keeps farming you. You finally get to work, and you have to work there for 12 hours a day, and if you leave before the boss does, then you get fired.
Okay. You know what solves all of those problems? I can solve every single one of those problems in like one change. Actively make decisions in your life and then do them. I don't know why that's so hard. Like, figure out what you actually want, how to get there, at least like a vague plan, and start doing it. It's not going to happen tomorrow, but like you can start the process at any time. And then you're not going to be annoyed at all the stuff you're doing that you don't want to do because it's only temporary. You're going to get to the point where you're doing the thing you actually want to do with your time and energy. You just have to make active decisions. Don't stop coasting through life. I mean, coast through life if you want, and you want to just focus on like your hobbies or your well, I guess if you're in this problem, you don't have much of a social life or romantic life, so I don't know. But I mean, like if it's a dissatisfaction with how you're spending the majority of your time / energy, begin making a plan to do stuff that you actually want to do. If people have a problem with you doing the stuff you actually want to do, if it's sustainable, if it's a way, if it's something you can make enough money off of to sustain yourself, then who cares? Screw them. Most of them, like you're gonna have two types of people that are gonna disapprove at that point. People that don't believe you can pull it off, and they're worried for you, or people that are jealous of you. Who cares about these people? These people suck. Should not be in your life. Straight up. Cut them out. You can replace them. You just flat out, you can replace those people. The other people, they're just concerned that you might hurt yourself. But no risk taken, no rewards gained. You only live once. May as well go for everything. Honestly. Like you have what is it? If life's sucking now, how much worse can it suck if you actually try to make it better? Like like it can't get that much worse in reality. In fact, you'll find that if you're going after stuff you actually want, you can take way more sucking in life. That was a turn of phrase. You can take way more garbage in your life and be totally fine with it. Way more. Your capacity for bull crap increases heroically, I'll say. Also, I gotta pee. I'll be back in a minute, and we will continue this when I get back. If I can get my mouse to work here. Alright, I'm back. Let's go. Hey Harem, if you're in any of the chats, I saw your thing in the Discord. You mind posting some data to support that? Because I mean, yeah, no. It just feels like it's getting dumber. IQ generally tends to stay like we got to a certain threshold where like availability of like good food during the early developmental days uh of uh of a child got pretty like almost universally available. So IQ jumped up and then it kind of like peaked and now it's like holding at that threshold. Like which is what we call 100. Also, IQ is like kind of a poor test for actual intelligence. It's just how quickly can you um recognize what do you call it? How quickly you can recognize patterns. Your processing speed, basically. That's it. It's one single metric, which even the original developer of the test was like, this should not be used as an actual standardized intelligence quota. So there's all that. Actually, I don't know if you even mentioned IQs, but oh, just getting dumber. Yeah, I don't think the world's getting dumber. I think it's just a perspective thing.
So then, after all of this stuff happens, you get home, it's another 2 hours on the subway, losing to another oil prince, or sorry.
Oh yeah, so he's still going on about that. He's still going on about the results of your poor life decisions, basically.
You know, maybe some trust fund kid in America is now farming you in Fate Grand Order. Like, I don't know, one of those fucking gacha games. I don't even know if that one's PvP or not. But it doesn't matter. Point is still the same. You get home, and then now you have to, now you play a video game that you fucking hate. You play League of Legends, but you stopped liking League of Legends in 2017. That was 6 years ago. And to you, it feels like yesterday, but everybody else has moved on.
I mean, it's just kind of the same thing. Why are you still playing League of Legends if you don't like it? You know what happens like the second I start getting bored of playing like a particular video game, I stop because man, I don't got time. Like already, I mostly play video games unless I'm streaming them, which even that isn't that often. It's like when I'm so tired, I could cry. Is when I play games. And the second I'm not like having a great time with it, I stop and I reconsider. Like, do I want to play a different game? Just want to do something else. It's like you don't got time to waste. You got one life and only so much time in that life. Do the stuff you want to do that makes you feel good, or makes you better as a person, or propel or moves you forward towards an even grander uh place of living. Like, why are you playing games that you don't like or not having a good time with? I don't understand this. I don't understand how you do. I've been there, I've done it, but even looking back, I don't understand my own thinking when doing it. It doesn't make sense to me anymore. I guess it's just like habitual. Just stop it.
And you're still in gold. And you were in gold in 2017.
Oh no!
Moving forward, you don't have a girlfriend. You stay up late playing League, thinking to yourself, just one more game. I'll see if I can get my placement game for the next rank. And then you get to...
Yo, legit, this is why I don't play more War Thunder. I like War Thunder, except they've made War Thunder so trash to like move forward in progression. You have one bad game and you have reset the last like 5 good games you had in getting resources. So you can't buy the new tanks unless you shell out money, which I refuse to do. Just every time I sign into War Thunder, it's like, all right, I'm probably gonna get like 2 games before I'm like ready to just uninstall this piece of garbage. And like, I know some people might be like, "Oh, World Tanks is better." I'm like, no, I want the realism. I want the realistic tanks. But like, if I have done the like very small amount of homework of knowing where someone's ammo is in that tank, I can just nuke them in one good shot.
basement game and you lose. You go to bed, it's late, and
Also, I don't like the idea. It doesn't make sense to me to have like a really heavy big tank, and then like anti-aircraft guns can like still do like damage to you even if it's a very small amount. Like no, those bullets do not penetrate heavy armor. They don't, especially in low tiers like where I'm stuck in War Thunder because I can't buy the next tank. I want the American heavy tank. I don't remember its name. I want the American heavy tank so bad because I am playing Americans because I insist. Maybe that's part of my problem. I don't know. But like I want to play American tanks and I want to play heavy tanks and I can't buy it because I can't keep a string of good games long enough because they've made the entire monetization process like such hard garbage. Anyway, it's crazy tangents, nothing to do with the topic.
and you wake up the next morning and you didn't get enough sleep for work, and then the cycle repeats itself, right? So what is it a surprise that people are like, you know what, fuck this, like I'm done, like I just, like, I don't want to deal with this, I don't want to live this life. What's the point of it?
Stop living it. Change
like,
it.
What do you like?
Do
what are you
different.
working towards?
Something else.
I think that's really what the problem is that like people don't have a North Star. Like for example, like back in the
Yo, for real. Like you just hit on it. You don't have a goal. You don't have some kind of thing off in the distance, even if it's vague, if it's a low resolution. It just real simple to at least have a remote aim at. And of course you're gonna be just floundering. Figure out like something just a real basic goal. And like you'll flesh it out as you go towards there. Your initial path, like if you get a goal and then figure out a plan to get there, your initial plan is not that's not what's gonna be what takes you there. You're gonna reassess and rewrite that plan so many times, just pivoting constantly as you get more information, more experience. You figure out what the actual hurdles to get there are.
back in the old days, right? Like the 50s and, you know, the idealized time, you know, you've got like Jesus and you've got like, you're going to have a family and it's like, you don't need to worry.
Oh, on some level, I don't even think it was that. I think just the times were so good that you could be completely fine without a goal. Like the economic situation was so nice that you could just coast and get everything you wanted. Like all the basics. Like you get a job at 18, by 21, 22, 23, if you had a remotely decent job, you could just buy a house, which meant you had a car, which meant you probably could grab the attention of you know, a reasonable chick, right? You could just do that. Like all you gotta do is get the reasonable job, and then you work your way up. And the corporate ladder was actually kind of reasonable then. Like they hadn't optimized it so much. Now times are not nearly as good on the lower end. Your quality of life is actually much better in reality. Like odds are, like if you're in the West, you know, Europe, US, your quality of life is still actually probably going to be better on like the day-to-day than people in the 1950s, just because of the technology we have available to us. Like your life is actually probably easier on the mundane day-to-day garbage. However, you have to be a lot smarter and clever about how you're going to get to these material wealth checkpoints, which actually the whole buying a house, by the way, if depending on how you do that, that might not actually be a good financial decision anyway in the long term. Once you calculate all the additional stuff that comes with actually owning a house, property taxes, maintenance, all that stuff, so now all that's on you. Like that's where you outsource by renting. So it depends, you know, Yeah, there's exceptions to that, so you gotta calculate that really carefully. Like just buying a house is not automatically a good thing. Is my main point. But anyway,
worry, like, and there's also like you don't have to worry, right? Because in the 50s, it's like, Russia's gonna nuclear bomb us and we're all gonna be dead and I'm gonna know about it, right? And so there's like, not only is there, an afterlife, but there's also the free spiritedness of like, it's gonna all be over at any second. So it's like, I think people don't have a North Star anymore. They don't have anything to work towards. There's nothing that they can do. It's because more intelligence equals more life concepts equals life is harder. Yeah, exactly. Top it off, your parents.
well, it's that way if you don't work, if you don't put in the work to get useful perspective, especially on like a historical level, on a data level, like I was saying, like that website I mentioned. If you go to Our World in Data, you'll find that all of the big, like, real stats that actually matter, I'm talking like what kills people, how good people are living, people's access to the most fundamental of resources, all those are getting dramatically better, dramatically and fast better. We're talking death by war, way down. Like if you look at like in 100 years since say 19, we'll just say 1900. We'll grab World War I in there. Since 1900, death by war, way down. Death by sickness, way down. Death by natural disaster, way down. Death by government shenanigans, I'll just say, way down. Life expectancy is it's not the highest it's ever been on like a short-term thing, but like historically, way up. The threshold for abject poverty, like how many dollars per day you're living on, it has been rising. People's on a globally access to electricity is up, food up, clean water up, plumbing up. What was there was another one. People's access to the internet up, all going up. All of these, like the stats that really matter. Like we can talk about people being happy, sure, but like on some level, I don't even think that's that valuable of a metric. Happiness is an emotion that is not something that stays around. Purpose, drive, motivation, I don't know if contentment is exactly the right word. Satisfaction, I think, is a better one. Those, however, those stay regardless of your emotional state, right? Because that's a state of mind, and I mean, you can't get those. Really, you can't even develop those really without access to the most fundamental of resources, because you're not looking at making your life better, you're looking at staying alive. Or you're dead, in which case the happiness definitely doesn't matter because you're dead. So we still haven't gotten everyone on the planet to just the most basic fundamental resources, and I know we still got problems in the West, like homelessness and some the food deserts. I'm aware of those, but you gotta look on like a global scale to get the full picture here. Like, yes, there are local problems, we should deal with those, but especially people in the West. I think people in the West have this problem where they want problems that are so large in scale to reference to that of course they can't actually do anything to remedy those problems because they're too big, so they just get kind of like a get out of jail free card, basically. Like they're not they can rationally propose, they don't have to put in the work to fix the problems around them. Because X problem they're talking about all the time is too big. so they can just complain and not actually expect either of themselves or other people expect of them to actually do anything. Instead of looking around and finding the real problems around them and addressing those. You know, and actually making the world a better place.
Hard time getting the healthcare they need? Oh yeah, of course, right? And then this is a problem for you as well that's compounded on top of your problems. Yet you can't buy a house, but you can work towards Apex Predator in Apex Legends. Yes.
themselves in their rooms for months and years
Yeah.
at a time. In
I've
2010,
done this. I remember whenever I graduated high school, I wanted to spend an entire year and not talk to anybody. There would be like whole weeks I would be able to get away with it. God damn, that was fucking good.
there was an estimated 700,000 hikikomori in Japan.
700,000.
And today
That's a
it's
lot.
estimated to be about 1.55 million.
That's a lot of Genshin Impact players.
Because of things like this, people aren't having
Real.
babies, so Japan's population has been in a sharp decline since 2011.
Mm-hmm.
It's gotten so bad that Japan even produced
Okay, well, hold on. Japan's population was already in collapse. Already. They've been having population problems since the 90s. So, I mean, this is just salt on the wound. But to be fair, Japan's been having population problems for a long time.
videos of live-action women staring into the camera to help the hikikomori learn to cope with eye contact and reintegrate them back into society.
Yeah.
So basically, if you want to know America's future,
Well, they're fucked.
look no further than Japan. A lot of people,
Real.
including myself, blame this partially on the rise of social media and technology. RIP to the king. Although technology
Oh,
makes
no.
things easier, it can also make us
By the way, I just want to throw out there. I know she might be saying it somewhat ironically, but I just want to throw out there. From what I know of Ted's stuff, I am in complete 100% disagreement with like every single point he ever made. From what I understand, I think the Industrial Revolution was amazing. Life sucked really hard before. Of course, it's going to keep sucking in different ways. Life is going to suck. That's part of life, is sucking. But you got to get through that and get over that. And then guess what? It's become easier and easier and easier for life to not suck. So let's just roll with that and you know, keep making life better, which technology is absolutely helping with. And if you can't wrap your head around a lot of that because you keep watching the news, which is psychologically biased, or economically biased to go for negative news stories because of our psychological bias, because we are automatically more receptive and heightened awareness to negative stories because of the safety concern, you know. Because, you know, in theory, things can only get so good, but like on the other side, things can get so bad and then you're dead, and that's it. Like there's no you're dead comparison on the good side, right? So we're automatically psychologically more aware of negative stuff. So the news networks, of course, to optimize views, are going to constantly give you the most negative stories possible all the time. So you think the world's just horrific. I saw this amazing graph the other day where it's like people in the US over time since like the 1980s, I want to say, how they thought their personal life was doing. And it was always like between like 74 and like 95% would say that it's pretty good. But their thoughts on how the country was doing was all over the place, all like, you know, like 55% lower. At one point it was like 10%. I think it was like 2008. The Great Recession, was like 10% think the U.S. is going to be okay, or something like that. Like it was always way lower in how they thought their personal life. So your perspective, if you're trying to look outwards into any kind of media, even alternate media, you're going to get a slew of negative stuff all the time because that's what everyone optimizes for, because what you're biased for automatically. So you're gonna think the world's like horrific, and it's not. It's not. Um, People think the U.S. is like super violent. Guess what? 54% of U.S. counties like never see a murder. They consistently 54% of all counties don't see a single murder in a year, for example. And then a bunch of the rest see like one or two, and then most of the U.S.'s crime rate happens in dense urban environments directly next to high wealth areas. So like the wealth disparity in dense urban environments is where you see all of like the violent crime. It's like most of the U.S. totally peaceful, absolutely raise your kids there, right? Like, but people don't realize this because they're not shown those stats. They're shown uh insane stuff. Like 3 months ago, I saw a thing of like a guy beheaded his girlfriend with like a katana in like L.A. Something absolutely stupid like that. And it's like, wow, that's like really violent and shocking. And it's also like, well, that's also one case in a country of 350 million people. Like that, you gotta put the numbers into perspective here, right?
Ted Kaczynski knew. He said, fuck that industrial revolution shit. Yeah, oh no, so this guy, that guy, all right, so Ted Kaczynski was the Unabomber. So he wrote like a massive fucking manifesto, and the FBI spent like $50 million to try to get his ass. They did get his ass, and recently he's been in jail for a long time. He finally died recently.
Yep.
And anyway, he did all of this stuff, and what else? So basically, like, what he said is that he wanted basically the larger scale of society causes people to lose their sense of individuality and self, because there is like a governing apparatus that suppresses their life. And that happening was like enabled by the Industrial Revolution.
Skill issue. I'm still gonna go with skill issue on that one. If people are falling for it, skill issue. Also, I don't know if the government's really trying that hard. Not as hard as I thought. Maybe 5 to 10, definitely 10 years ago. I thought it was like is the evil empire level stuff, and it's no. As I've gotten older, I've realized it's not. They're not that smart. They're not that competent to actually be pulling off on a level that I think a lot of people think it is.
And but guys, I'm not saying, oh wow, the crazy guy that blew people.
You know what one of the bigger things did for me was learning about the cheese silos. Like the whole like got milk thing. That's a government funded thing to I thought it was just crazy, like when I was like 18, 19, 20. I thought it was this crazy conspiracy to like because we don't like, I mean, particularly me, but also like most people don't digest raw or just like milk, especially not pasteurized, but like just say milk, like non like aged cheese is fine, but like most other milk products, like cow milk products, are not actually that great for you, not actually good for you. And actually osteoporosis is made worse by milk, because while yes it has calcium, it has way more protein than it has calcium, and your body, if it has excess protein, pulls calcium from your bones to deal with the excess protein. So I thought it was this whole like conspiracy to like make people less healthy to fund the pharmaceutical industry, and also keep like the American population weak. Like, no, it's because it's because they're propping up the dairy industry that came out of the Dust Bowl. So you had like the Dust Bowl, food shortages, government subsidizing a bunch of foods. It created the dairy industry, and then World War II ended. Was it World War II? One of the world wars ended. Oh no, wait, no. Sorry, you had food subsidies, and then the prohibition, and then the bars turn into ice cream parlors to stay in business. So that the combination of the two that created the dairy industry. I don't remember which one was first or second, whatever. Both those happened, created dairy industry. Dairy industry grew, and then eventually, I think it was World War II ended, and they didn't have anywhere to, like, the government was buying tons of. I never knew. I have done so much World War II history because I just find it a fascinating topic. I never knew. Like, we had entire, like, giant ships dedicated to ice cream delivery to the men in World War II, to the soldiers, because instead of like alcohol being like the big community, like, you know, communal drinking and stuff, it was ice cream. Ice cream was the thing. So they had these huge, like, this whole logistical chain of delivering like thousands of tons worth of ice cream to the front lines. It just blew my mind. And World War II ended, so they were like, well, what are we going to do with all this milk? Because we're no longer buying like enough milk to like milk and ice cream for, what was it, like 7 million men or something insane like that. Uh, the dairy industry is going to just collapse. So they kept subsidizing it, and they would buy up the excess milk, and like, what are we going to do with all this milk? So they turned it into cheese, so store it, and then after that, no president wanted to be the president that killed the dairy industry. So they just now have like 1.6 trillion tons of, or it might be billion or trillion, I forgot which. This insane quantity of cheese in these refrigerated silos all across the country. And they eventually like were like, we gotta like slow down the cheese production and filling up these silos because it's again expensive. So in the 90s, they started the or 80s, I think it was the 80s actually. They started the Got Milk campaign. And it was the government doing it, but so they could stop storing cheese. That's why. And once I knew the entire causal chain, I was like, oh, that makes total sense. This isn't conspiracy theory. It's just like government being government, just being like people being dumb. Like, no one wants to kill the dairy industry, so they won't stop storing the cheese. They gotta sell off more milk, so they make the Got Milk campaign, right? That's the thread. And I'm like, oh, okay. Wait a second. Maybe that's happening way more often than I think it is. Maybe people are just not actually as connivingly competent yet also psychotic as a conspiracy as many of the mainline conspiracies would have you believe. And you know what, the suddenly is like way more realistic. It's just like the causal chains in real life are so insane that they're strange, literally stranger than fiction. So you keep ending up in these really weird scenarios where if nuclear war actually broke out, you could literally have an irradiated nacho tidal wave. And yes, I stole that from the Fat Electrician. Irradiated nacho cheese tidal wave hit a country, or not a country, hit a city. And that could happen in our timeline because the cheese is there. Also, you take like any post-apocalyptic anything, you'll never be able to unsee this now. I can't unsee this now. Any post-apocalyptic anything, there should be so much cheese everywhere because eventually people would find or know of these silos and go there and just be able to just live off cheese for like, you know, for forever, and like start these giant like cheese logistical chains and marketplaces around these cheese silos. There's just a ton of like preserved food. Even if you, I don't know if it's actually how it works, but like in theory, even you could take the cheese that's like going bad, if you do it right, it just turns into like blue cheese or whatever, like the mold based cheeses. It just, in theory, I don't know if that's how that actually works, but like, you know, right? You follow? Like, yeah, like that really was the nail in the coffin of me realizing, okay, there's not as much evil cabal nonsense as I thought for much of my life. Though I still find conspiracy theories really interesting, but just I don't think nearly as many of them actually apply as I used to. Also, this Gamer Subs caffeine is kicking my rear. I gotta pee again. I'll be back in a minute. Also, good lord, this we're an hour and 10 minutes in, and we are only 13 minutes in this video. This is gonna be like I'm gonna have to make this reaction to like parts. This is insanity. Let's go. Okay, so I'm gonna have to rename this like Reactception the movie. It's gonna be this is gonna be like a 3-hour video if I were to release this all in like one go.
Up was right. I'm just explaining who the guy is and what he thinks. Okay, I'm just saying this is what he said.
More atomized. Why go to the mall when I can just tap, 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 buy a new microphone and have it shipped to me in a day? Why hang out with friends when I can get all my social interaction I need from Twitter and streamers? Why?
Yeah, why would you do that? That's crazy. Yeah. I do very much enjoy shipping stuff to me though. I have to say that's pretty peak.
Why go on dates and bother meeting women when I could just tap, 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 Google big boob and get 2 million results? Or see my...
It's more than that now. And,
I mean, I don't know, just for the actual interaction with a person on like a deeper level. No, that's way too much thinking for most guys, sorry.
Also, the better thing now is that people are getting AI girlfriends and stuff. Like, I think sometimes whenever I see something really fucked up on the internet, I'll screenshot it just so I don't forget about it. And, like, I've been seeing a lot of these advertisements recently. Have you guys seen these? Advertisements for, like, these AI girlfriend websites? Dude, there's so many of them.
I have to say, real quick, it might not be quick. For someone that spends the monstrous amount of time on the internet that I do, partially because it's both of my jobs as a web dev and then doing this, I have gotten to the point that I have cut out ads so hard in my life. I have no idea what's going on in some regards. Like, I have to have my sisters tell me like what movies are coming out. Like, I didn't know there was a new Transformers movie out until it was in theaters already. Oh no, almost. No, it's right before it hit theaters. Sorry. Right before it hit theaters. I only knew about Oppenheimer because I saw it in a preview when I went to go see Guardians of the Galaxy 3, which that was the one. That was the one I did not know that was out until it was already in theaters, and my sister was like, "Hey, you want to go see Guardians of the Galaxy?" I'm like, "Yeah, I do. I didn't even know it was out. Didn't even know it was a thing." Because I don't get ads. You know what it is? I stopped using Facebook. Pretty much just except for like the now posting stuff from this on Facebook. Besides that, I don't use my personal Facebook pretty much at all anymore. I have YouTube Premium, which is like almost all of my video entertainment and music. And Discord is like my actual social media. There's no ads in there. It's just people sending you stuff directly. So I just don't have ads. So yeah, stuff like I knew like the AI thing was happening, but just because of like videos talking about it. But no, it sometimes is crazy to me how like people like complain about ads. It's like, guys, you can cut out ads. You can like completely cut out ads to the point that you have like just giant blind spots that used to be filled with ads into like what's going on in the world.
Them like Replica, yeah, exactly, like that.
Like I have no idea what like a lot of games that are coming out right now. I usually don't know about the games until the games come out and somebody that I watch is like playing them. Like Baldur's Gate 3. I didn't even know that was coming out until like it came out. Because I don't see ads.
That's the big one. And like you're gonna have even more of those. And I think people are gonna have, I think it's not as close as we might think to it being socially acceptable. But like, here's a really good way to say it, okay? Is that if you go and you watch Emaru at, or like Miz or Tectone or any of the people at fucking Anime Expo, there are people walking around Anime Expo with body pillows. And like, it's gone from being, this is something that only the biggest fedora-wearing losers do, to it being kind of funny. And it going from being fucking weird to a joke is a step up in accepting it. Right?
Not wrong. That's how it works. I find it kind of funny.
And so I think the AI girlfriend stuff is going to happen. Are they crunchy? Probably.
High school crushes holes on OnlyFans for only $5.
Yeah.
Instant dopamine, instant satisfaction.
There's
and hey,
even, oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, she
Yeah,
knows.
there we go.
And there's this, like, there are these girls on Instagram, or not, oh fuck, not Instagram, OnlyFans. OnlyFans fans.
Oh, you can find them on Instagram too. Or at least they're like intro. What do you call it? They're like yeah, they're like welcoming mat basically. I can't remember the landing page, not like kind of like a landing page to like get to their other stuff. But yeah, they have accounts on Instagram too.
One of the big things that these girls make money with is like doing, like, obviously, like, there's girls say like, oh, I'm doing customs, right? And that's like, you know, you tell like, oh, you know, do this and I'll give you $10, and you know, they do it and they give you $10. But like, there's also girls that like dudes will pay money just to send them messages and to talk to them. It's straight up just like strippers. But the best thing about it is that a number of these girls, and this is not really like a huge secret, they're not even answering the messages. It's like, maybe it's like a dude answering the messages. They hire dudes. Yeah, they hire people to answer their messages.
Makes sense.
Isn't that insane? Yes, and also, if you don't believe that, Andrew Tate literally did this. He said that. Yeah. AI, no need to hire? Yes, and remember, was it Amarath or was it some other girl that was going to make like an AI version of themselves to talk to people? And they were making tons of money off of it too.
who even needs a real woman when you could just have an AI girlfriend?
Yep.
We're so fucked. Dating apps really are the great Satan, and I'm convinced they've completely broken men's brains. Women on dating apps are picky. Women in general are picky, and
Well, that's what makes sense that women are picky. You look at it biologically, some dude hooks up with a girl, fucking busts a nut, bro, he's down the road. Meanwhile, she's got to deal with this shit for 9.5 months. Like, evolution.
Oh, 9.5 months. That's just the part where it's in their body. And they gotta deal with like the outcome of that for 18 years. That's a 19-year situation right there. Although mothers would probably say it's a lifetime thing, actually. But like bare reasonable minimum, you're talking 19 years of direct investment, right? Oh, my keyboard did not activate.
Evolutionarily speaking, it makes sense that girls have to be more picky. 18 years? Well, I mean, that's only because of the law, right? Yeah, I listened to the Kanye West song you're referring to. I know what you mean. Hoflation is a real thing. Don't downplay it. Hoflation. What is hoflation? Is this a new one?
I don't know why my Oh, you know what? I keep clicking off the YouTube thing, so of course my.
Listen to the Kanye West song you're referring to. I know what you mean. Hoflation is a real thing. Don't downplay it. Hoflation. What is
inflation? Is a term that describes the increase in price men have to pay for lower value women. I've seen a lot of stuff talking about this, and yeah, I can see how that's becoming. That's like at the very beginning of this, I mentioned how men are trying to figure out what their place is in a new society where women can get access to their own income and like raw resources. So it's like, what do you like? We're gonna do. Oh, hey, Samurai, what are we doing? We're doing Reactception the movie basically at this point because I've realized I've been going for nearly an hour and a half and I'm only 20 minutes into this. Me reacting to Asmon reacting to Shoe on Head about the male loneliness epidemic. It has been a wild ride thus far. How are you doing? After this, depending on where we're at, I did not expect to be going through this slowly. I thought we were also going to watch some Asmongold doing some reactions about Baldur's Gate stuff, because I've not seen any of that. Anything about Baldur's Gate or any of Asmongold's videos on it. Even though he's someone I actually watch a lot of. However, I do need to make a Space Marine tournament list because my local tournament is tomorrow and I still have not made my list for it yet. And then we'll see about painting. Maybe. We'll get there. Possibly. You're good? Good. I'm glad. Alright, so yeah, hoflation. Yeah, women are upping their ante for men to get their attention, which yeah, it's kind of reasonable. I mean, if they have access to the raw resources that men provided before, in a modern society, that would be money as the intermediary, between you and the raw resources like food, shelter, comforts, etc., medical care. Then yeah, men have to have something more to offer. Can you stream your games tomorrow? I do not know. Probably, as I only have my phone on me, my phone and my tablet. Probably not. I mean, here's the thing. My GameStar owner is not necessarily against streaming. He has his own streaming stuff. It's just, I don't have the equipment ready on hand to do that, unfortunately. I can probably make some videos of me giving some synopsis maybe and make them into shorts. And I'll definitely be talking about it next week if I can remember. I try to do this every time. I try to take a bunch of pictures. I do it the first game and I forget after that because I'm so focused on the games. So yeah, I don't know. Although, granted, the last time we did a really big tournament, we were using chess clocks, so my head was like lasered. Because you're on a chess clock, right? Like you're just bam, 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 bam. um, I'd like to get to that point, but yeah, currently I don't have the infrastructure set up for it. Good idea though. Oh my,
Inflation.
there.
Is this a new one? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I want to see that last one. I mean, I'll see this one too. The expectation of a male to be at least 6 feet. I've heard that. Have a body fat under 15% and make more than six figures. Yeah, I've seen some of this going around, but you just ignore those women. Those women do not have a realistic understanding of where everything is at.
Is this a new one?
Concept of men having to work 20x harder than their grandfathers did for women 20x worse than their grandmothers were. I wonder where they got those numbers.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Is this a new one? Sounds like some red pill shit. Yeah, no, it is. But
Yeah, a lot of it comes out of the red pill, but I don't think they're necessarily wrong. I think it might be somewhat exaggerated. But I don't think they're making it completely up.
like the price of hose.
Just because, like, I've seen the women that do this. I've seen the video clips of women legitimately, honestly asking and looking for this stuff. I just don't know if they're actually that prevalent. Also, you see most of this on dating apps. Don't use dating apps. Dating apps are like just cancerous. They're just bad. They're skewed against you inherently. You want to look for just the places where you're going to find people of like mind, the stuff you're already doing. People on dating apps, just people that are desperate for interaction of some kind or another. You don't want desperate people. You want people that have stuff going on and are remotely like you. So go with that. Start there. Not saying it's going to be easy. Nothing in life worth it is. But don't use dating apps. That's just a dead end.
Too damn highs. Girls are less hot with higher standards.
Which, by the way, for anyone that doesn't know my story, yes, I feel like I can talk on stuff like this. I have an ex that I met when I was 18. She was 27. And we were together with a little bit off on this, but like really consistently, and lived together for 9 years. And I broke it off 2 years ago, and we're still best friends. And honestly, I could get a girlfriend at any time. I'm just not, because I am not financially back on my feet wholly. I am back in my parents' basement because I had to do basically full financial reset because it was the end of COVID, and my ex and I had a business together, and me moving out was me basically cutting all that out of my life. So I didn't have a lot of money, and I just had to like completely restart. And so I'm back on my feet. I'm not even going to be trying for a relationship. But yes, I can grab a woman anytime I want. I've done it before. Like a good one. With long-term commitment. It's like, I'm not, yes, I'm dwelling in a basement, but I'm not actually a basement dweller. In case anyone was like, who are you, some nerd to give dating advice? Yeah, I don't know, someone that's been successful with it before. Maybe.
Girls are less hot with higher standards. I don't know. I mean, guys are less hot with higher standards. Yeah, it's like, how do we not know that's the same? Because, like, I get what you're saying, but, like, I've never used a dating app, okay? I really mean, I've never downloaded Tinder, Bumble, Christian Mingle, Farmers Meet.
I was about to make the only farmers joke, or farmers whatever. I think there's a few of them now that are just farmers based. What?
Plenty of Fish, Grinder. Yeah, I haven't done any of these ever. So I don't really understand this. But like whenever I see, like, girls will show me some of the guys that will match with them, and this will be like, you know, for example, like a 23-year-old girl, and it's a 45-year-old man matching with her, and he's married. He has a picture of him and his wife in like his photos because it's connected to Facebook.
I've seen this.
So it's just like, I don't know. Inflation is real, is it? Like, that is nuts. Searching for a second wife, maybe? Pick a card. Yeah, there you go.
I mean, naturally we are pickier. You know, we're the ones who carry the babies.
Yeah, you
at
have
least
to
for
be.
now. But on dating apps, you
Hey, artificial moon. That's gonna send everything for a loop.
have to admit it's a little insane. It's safe to say that the
Oh, wait, numbers. I want
Yeah,
to see
yeah.
graphs.
for now. But on dating apps, you have to admit it's
Okay. How men rate women. Least attractive, most attractive. Makes sense. This is from OkCupid. How women rate men. That makes sense to me. Yeah. This is also why you can't be using dating apps, because they're only seeing a picture of you and maybe, not likely, reading your bio, which is probably going to be written terribly. You need to be able to put your personality on front and first most display, which means you need to be in some kind of environment where they're not just seeing you. They need to be able to interact with you on some level. Also, like, most of the factors women look for that make someone attractive, make a man attractive to them, go into some kind of health / ability to provide security instincts. So like that's why the whole, like, you know, big shoulders, muscles, yada yada, because I mean you're a better hunter, better defender. And then like facial stuff meant you like good genes and were like healthy, like, you know, clear skin means you're healthy, or at least have the character to like groom yourself, like I have not been, clearly. It's been such a week. Literally was like getting in the shower today at like 1:30 p.m. I was like, I am already gonna be late. Am I gonna shave today? I'm tired. I'm not gonna. I'll shave tomorrow before going up to the store. But those are pretty lower factors in reality compared to how women rate men based off of, or at least reasonable men. I'm gonna go reasonable women here. How they rate men based off of personality factors. That's what you gotta have them looking at. Is stuff like personality, intelligence, charisma, stuff like that. That's where your game really is. I mean, yes, try to look as attractive as you can, but not all of us are blessed, you know?
insane. It's safe to say that the commodification of love and the window shopping
Yeah.
of dating apps probably has to do a lot with the rise of lonely single men. Men are not just lonely when it comes to dating, they're lonely when it comes to friendship too.
Yep.
According to Vox, Americans are currently in a friendship recession, and men are being hit the hardest. The percentage of men who reported having at least 6 close friendships fell in half since the 90s. 1 in 5 men say they have
2021, I don't know. I feel like that's a bad frame of reference because that was during COVID. Again, I'll read something and try to, like, I'm the kind of person that will, like, read something and then try to find out how it's wrong. Just like, that's just...
What are we defining as a close friend? If I need to find that, I could probably say in the grand, like, pretty much all of these are online because, you know, I don't leave my house right now. Not because I want it to be that way, it's because I'm still trying to replace my car. Man, depending on how you define that, I could say I have 20 close friends right now. Like I said, I would enjoy how this is defined, honestly.
how I think. So like maybe I'm like overthinking it, but Is that true for you guys? Hoflation means a 25-year-old now has to work 40% harder than his grandfather for a woman 40% less appealing than his grandmother was to his grandfather.
That was just the thing they showed early, although actually that was probably put in editing later. But it was just the same thing, just doubled the numbers. Where are these numbers coming from? What's the study research offering that? Because it sounds like the way it's worded, it just sounds like someone just said it because it sounded good. Because it sounded like it supported their argument.
Okay, let me think about this. A guy has to work harder. Okay, I get it. This is like the thing, is like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not like going and like trying to date a bunch of different girls. Like, what the fuck? Like, I have no idea. So it's hard for me to say. The 666 rule in order for a guy to back. Oh yeah, 6 figures, 6 feet, and 6 inches. Yeah, I've heard of that before. The women are also less appealing now because of porn. I think that.
You know what? Let me throw out there like my like go-to. If you wanna just get a chick, like here's like the actual rules, right? Like if you want some really shallow gold digger nonsense, yeah, be 6 feet, make 6 figures, whatever. Here's how it actually works, right? You can get ahead of 90% of dudes. Okay, actually, first off, let's start way down at the bottom, right? Start baseline, right? You can get ahead of like 40% dudes by just when you open, it's like, let's say online, it's not with a dick pic or something referencing it. you're already way ahead of the game. Okay, then from there you can get to ahead of 90% of guys by just talk to the woman like they're just a normal human being and not this image in your head of a woman or a girl or a chick or whatever. Like if you just can get past your own male made up like goddess like persona of a woman that you require their approval for you to continue existing as like a worthwhile human being, right? If you can just cut that out and just talk to them like they're a normal human being, you're already ahead of 90% of guys, right? After that, it becomes fairly easy. Have your life remotely put together, right? Like, have some income, have some goals, be going somewhere, like all the stuff I was saying before about, set a goal of something you want to do with your life and actually go for it. Start making moves. Be relatively clean, right? That puts you ahead of a lot of guys. Be clean. Have your house a little clean, right? Be remotely emotionally put together. Right? Get a therapist if you need it. Like just, work on yourself. Try to be improving yourself as a person. And like, yes, working out is good. I recommend working out. I should be doing it more myself. I was on a huge health kick last year and I got super sick over the winter and fell right off. And I've been trying to get myself back onto it. Just really a lot of stress with work, but I'm getting there. Yesterday I got on a treadmill. I was going to do today, but just sleep did not happen. I just haven't been feeling good. But try with your life. Just show that your future self will be better than your present self is what it all kind of boils down to. And that's a huge thing. That's huge. Like if you can show that, that's massive for in a woman's mind, right? Because the classic joke, women begins to have any thoughts about a guy, and they have all these images of like their whole life, like they're planning their wedding and the guy's funeral, like, you know, if they have any interest in him, right? That whole joke. Show signs that the future you is going to be better than your current you, right? If you can do those, like, what I say, like 4 things, right? Like, don't start with a dick pic. Talk to them like they're a normal human being, a normal, fallible yet capable human being that's actually them, and you're not talking to your projection of them, right? Like, actually make a connection with a real human. Be taking care of yourself on like a very like baseline point, but also show that your future you is going to be better than your current you. Do those 4 things, you have cut out 95% of your competition, like guaranteed. 95% of competition, that it becomes like elementary at that point. At that point, it's not about getting women's attention. It's about getting the attention of ones that are actually compatible with you. And now it's your turn to be picky. Okay? When you can hit that point, it's your turn to be picking. Are you actually someone I want to be with? Right? That's what you hit if you can do those 4 things.
True. I think that guys, and like this is just what happens on social media. I think it fucks up people's head on social media, where like guys.
Are you taking notes, Samurai? Oh, I think he left. No! I hope someone out there is taking notes. This is good stuff. I'm gonna turn this into. There's gonna be so many shorts out of this later.
Will look at a girl and think that she's ugly because she doesn't look like an anime. She doesn't look like Mikasa from fucking Attack on Titan, you know?
No close friendships. Looking at all these statistics, the explosion of figures like Andrew Tate is not surprising at all.
I believe being a man is a blessing because it starts so difficult.
Oh, I agree with this too. I agree with Andrew Tate with this. You know, people talk about all the advantages that women have and everything like that. Yeah, true, but like, goddamn, man, every day I wake up, I thank God I was born a man. I'm gonna be honest.
Every man is born without any.
I think that also, like, for a lot of you guys that might say, like, oh no, I don't feel that way, right? Wait till you're 33.
Yeah.
Because like the perspective you have at 23 versus 33. Very different situation.
You at all. I think that the world's never going to think you're important unless you make yourself important.
And recently, a new study came out about how young men are moving towards the right. And every other month, we, the liberal, sockdem, leftist, whatever you want to call the space online, performs the same song and dance. What's wrong with men? Why is this happening? Why don't we have a leftist Andrew Tate? We need to push men to the left. Andrew Tate rarely, if ever, talks about politics.
No.
Andrew Tate talks about...
Wait, isn't that like just basically Destiny? Isn't that Destiny? Because Destiny's like, he's a liberal. I actually really like Destiny, by the way, for reference. I don't always, I don't 100% agree with anyone, for clarity, but like I genuinely like how Destiny approaches you know, assessing problems and individual empowerment, if you will, individual solutions for individual problems. We might have some differences on, you know, how to handle policy stuff, but like, you know, I really enjoy a lot of his takes and how he debates. I think it's because it's very very close to how I debate, actually.
about men, and the left only talks about men when they talk about Andrew Tate.
Well, it's also like a lot of guys, like, to be honest, I think a lot of guys like being abrasive, obnoxious, assholes, aggressive, and guys don't like getting tone policed. And I feel like all the fucking time you get tone policed for acting that way. constantly. And so that's why I think people go towards that direction, is because they don't want to get tone policed. They don't want to get told what to do. They don't want to get told like, oh, you can't make that joke. You can't act that way. Bitch, shut the fuck up. I do what I want.
Real. I do what I want.
And that's why they do it.
Become ungovernable. Legalize nuclear bombs.
It's because you have people that are doing something that in their mind is innocuous. It gets described as something that's completely different, and then they get treated as if that was the intention. And so they say, fuck you. I'm not going to do that. The girl's like, man up. I've always felt like it's so hard to have somebody that will respect you whenever you're vulnerable if you're a dude. Maybe that's the same thing as girls, right? Because like a lot of guys are only sympathetic to girls because they want to fuck her. So like, I have to listen to her cry. It's like doing a daily quest or a weekly quest or like building up a reputation with a faction. And wow, it's like, you know, you get like a really hot girl. It's like Winter Saber Frost Traders. It's like maybe you get like a couple of easy ones. It's like, you know, getting Iron Forge reputation or something like that. So it's like, you know, this girl's not as hard to get. But like, you know, sometimes you want to have the more, you know, interesting and like unique mounts. And so you'll try to farm out like a, you know, Zulian Tiger. And so it takes longer, to do.
This
But
is
like,
such
at the
an
end of the
analogy
day,
right now.
You know, guys are not doing this out of the goodness of their heart. They're doing it because this is a means to an end. And so I think that a lot of the generosity and a lot of the like kind of the way that like the advantages that girls enjoy from like male attention and like males like doing things like that and being supportive towards them, that will go away instantaneously as soon as either she gets a boyfriend or she's not attractive to him anymore or something else changes, because it's not actually genuine.
Months ago, during one of the monthly song and dances, some progressive people I follow made the mistake of addressing men's issues. And the even bigger mistake of pointing their finger at
The reason young men flock to alt-right MRA movements because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men. Something. Yeah, the left doesn't give you any personal advice as to how to like make your actual individual situation better. It just tells you that everything systematically sucks, and that's it.
Young men flock to alt-right MRA movements. MRA is men's rights activist, is because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men. We need to be more compassionate to them for our own sake.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is like, I don't know if this is like a left or a right thing, because I think actually...
No, it's a left thing, because the right, even like the most brain-dead right conservative, like hardcore conservative, is gonna be like, well, pull yourself up by your bootstraps and like get out there and do stuff. Like it's always been that way. It's always been very consistent. It's like, you know what? Your life sucks. Get to work. And they're right. I'm not on the right or conservative. I'm not on the left. Like I'm classically liberal, which like ends up putting me rather centrist. I'm not actually centrist. It's just I end up like in between the two wings, right? I'm more, as much freedom as possible minded, which ends up being neither left or right. But the right is right in this regard. Like, you want stuff out of life. Life gives back what you put into it. I mean, unless a misfortune strikes, which is just part of life. It just kind of sucks in that way.
I think that, like, I feel like Andrew Tate is like, it's not very compassionate either, but there's like a certain level of like male aggression to the lack of compassion that's more compelling.
It's not even that. It's just the. I mean, this guy, the tweet. I'm assuming he's based on it being below Baby Gandhi. is on the left. So like their go-to is compassion. Compassion is not the solution. It's strength. We need to impart strength on young men. We need to be like, hey, dude, you are stronger than you think, but you have to deploy that strength to improve your life, right?
Their own spaces for not doing enough to address said men's issues.
Recently, there were some statistics by healthcare company Cigna indicating that men are the loneliest generation. And addressing it doesn't mean that you turn your back on issues pertaining to women, but it does mean that we should.
Well, there's also a lot of women out there, right? And I see this all the time, is there are a lot of women out there that hate men. Like in the same way that there are these like every time something bad happened, like remember there was that one YouTube channel, and I used this example before. There was this one YouTube channel of this guy who played Red Dead Redemption 2, and the only thing that he did was he would lasso the women suffragettes. Those are the ones that were protesting for the right for women to vote. And, you know, get them out of the town, drag them in the dirt, you know, into the swamp, and like feed them to crocodiles in Red Dead Redemption 2, or put them on like the train track and have them get run over by the train. And like, bro, all the comments were like, dude, good one, bro. Can you do it with like you have like a bull attack them and like knock them off a cliff or something? Oh, it'd be so good. And then like 2 days later, you see a new video come out like, based, bro. Yeah, exactly. And so there are a lot of guys that just simply resent women. And I think there's a lot of women that just simply straight up resent guys.
Yeah.
Some reasons being, I think, reasonable and understandable. Some reasons are fucking stupid. And there's a lot of in between.
Agreed.
But yeah, that's the reason why you see this, is that like whenever women see this, there are some women, it's like, you know, in their mind, right, their dad was an asshole. You know, maybe they had like bad sexual experiences growing up. You know, something in their mind just fucking happened in their life happened. And like now they fucking hate men. It's the same reason why I think people are racist too. It's like a lot of the people that I think are racist probably had a bad interaction with a person of a certain race, and then that painted their entire perspective on everybody of that race. That's what happens. Yeah, or they.
There's also the version where they just turn that race into the scapegoat for everything that they find wrong with the world, whether it's the blacks or the Jews or Asians or whatever. There's a lot of that where it's just, again, it's like I said way at the beginning of this, where just people want a problem that's so big and that's unsolvable, so they're not required to actually put any effort into solving the problems around them, but they can still they still get the right to complain because there is this problem that they recognize, and in some cases they're the only ones that's not going to recognize it. And like there's also that, which is just, again, it's just apathy and laziness, intellectual laziness as much as anything else.
Navidad, yeah, or something like that.
Be focused on what it is in society that is leading to this epidemic, what the left can do to offer solutions, and how we can basically fight back against the more nefarious figures who have filled the void that, you know, men are struggling with, people like Jordan Peterson and what have you. Now, recently, Vosh, who's a popular...
Wait, what? Go back?
...who have filled the...
I don't know why I'm saying go back, like I'm the one with the keyboard.
The void that, you know, men are struggling with, people like Jordan Peterson and what have you.
Wait, Jordan Peterson is a nefarious figure. Like, okay, I understand that, like, his politics have gotten a little questionable, but dude, like, his psych stuff is like on point. Like, no joke. Like, I know some people might think this meme, but like, seriously, I had severe depression for 13 years. I found Jordan Peterson like 2 years ago now, like a year and a half, about 18 months ago. I found Jordan Peterson and his psych stuff, like right before he got really political, right? And in about 3 months of listening to his stuff, like a ton of his, like a lot of his old stuff. Like, I mean, like I went like, you know what I first found, if I remember correctly, what I first found was his stuff about talking about the USSR back with his, like his class, back when he was like teaching, because he has all of that. He has hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of video, like I think thousands of videos of his lectures that he just has on his YouTube channel from like 8, 9, 10 years ago. And I watched a bunch of them that were about the USSR, and that led into his stuff about psychology and self-improvement. And it wasn't originally supposed to be about self-improvement. It was just a different way of looking at how to move forward in life. And it completely revolutionized my perspective. And within 3 months, I had put a bullet between the eyes of my depression. Just executed. And I've been rock solid since, emotionally speaking. My depression completely gone. And yeah, I've had like insane amounts of ambition and drive and motivation to the point that I keep burning myself out because I push too hard. I've gone to the complete opposite end of the spectrum, opposite end of the problem. I took the Big 5 personality test, and my neuroticism is like 6th percentile now, and my enthusiasm or extrovert, whichever one, like both of them, actually I can pull up the numbers, is like extremely high. Yeah, neuroticism, 6th percentile. Extroversion, which includes enthusiasm, which is your sensitivity to positive emotions, is 92nd percentile. So I have 100 people. I'm more both extroverted and enthusiastic, or I can get the exact enthusiasticness. Extroversion is 92. Enthusiasm is 94, or very high, and assertiveness is 81, which is high. So my enthusiasm, my sensitivity to positive emotions is now not greater than 94 out of 100 people. Or 93 out of 100 people, whatever. It's also, like, I find it ironic that the two of them, like, end up equaling 100, even though it's not how this chart works at all. Just ironically, neuroticism and enthusiasm make 100. But anyway, if I had to guess, if I'd taken this test like 3 years ago, it would have been the reverse. I was a mess. I've been a mess for most of my adult life. And then this, like, just completely reversing my perspective on how everything worked, how I worked, how progress in life works, how having a plan or a goal and a plan, no matter how low resolution and lacking in detail, at least gives you a direction to move in. And that alone, like, it gives you so much more resilience to deal with life sucking. So like I don't think, I don't know who this woman is. I don't think she has actually watched much of Jordan Peterson's content besides his like more recent political stuff in reality. Which, yeah, I find his political stuff to be on a spectrum of either. Actually, it's not even a spectrum. It's like you have like two options. It's either like relatively fine and decent, or like hilariously heavy-handed. But his psych stuff is totally fine. I don't know why he's given such this like nefarious description. I was expecting her to say Andrew Tate, because that's nefarious. He's nefarious. Like, you know, he's been convicted for sex trafficking, right? Like, if I'm not mistaken, hold on, let me double check that. Keyboard's like at an angle here. Oh, that's not how you spell trafficking. Yeah, he was charged with, has he been convicted yet? Oh, no, he's only been charged with, okay. I retract that, he has not been convicted. I have seen like the leaked transcripts and stuff, and that is straight up what that looks like. That's there's no doubt in my mind that that's the case. Now, of course, the court has to do their thing, which who knows how long that'll take, but you know. But yeah, describing Andrew Tate as nefarious, I think totally reasonable. I don't know why Jordan Peterson constantly gets thrown there. Anyway, moving on.
Now, recently, Vosh, who's a popular streamer, had tweeted this thread.
Vosh, kind of an idiot, if you ask me. I've seen some content of his, and it's just not been impressive. Not as bad as Hassan, though. Hassan just, he gives me like a cringe headache. And I ain't joking, like a literal physical pain within listening to him for like 5 minutes. I can't stand that guy.
I think is really, really important to address. He writes, I cannot stress enough how important it is to understand that 12-year-old white boys on Twitch are not being pulled into fascism because of some Machiavellian desire to preserve and expand their privileges. It's because the right talks to them and the left doesn't.
I think.
Okay, I'll give him this. Like I try my best to give credit where credit's due. He's right. I have no problems with that statement.
I think it's people like 12-year-old white kids or 12-year-old boys in general don't want to be told what to do. Like, I actually think that it's way more simple than people are making it out to be. They don't want to be tone policed by, by women, by teachers, by their parents, by anybody. They want to go on the internet, act like absolute fucking psychotic, racist assholes, watch Aiden Ross or Kai, burn down their house or start a riot, and they fucking love it. And do you know how I know that? It's because I used to be 12.
Real.
There's not a fucking political, manifesto behind this. It's, bitch, shut the fuck up. Don't tell me what to do. That's all there is.
Yeah, they're not looking to be moralized at. Like they don't need like this dump truck load unloaded on them of social guilt and shame for stuff that has nothing to do with them, or that's taking stuff they are doing and blowing up massively out of proportion because what they're doing is being linked to these ginormous social movements, whether real or perceived, over the last 300 years.
Wait. They're not fascist. They're not Nazis. They don't even care.
Responses to these tweets and this content were very normal, level-headed, and respectful. Me when I lie.
I was about to say, that's cap. I'm going cap on that one.
Yep. Oh, here we go.
LMAO, cry about it.
This guy who's always had more difficulty dating, making connections when peers through life. Something common about loneliness of men actually hurts more. A lot of people just...
Boo f***ing who?
Oh, well, yeah, there's that.
What are some of these tweets? Let's read them.
LMAO.
There's a young man fighting MRA, women seeing more compassionate men for him. Hassan says LMAO.
Hassan would say that, because Hassan's... What'd I just say about Hassan? What'd I just say? The guy... This guy's a... I don't even know where to even begin without going straight into just complete and utter character assassination, but let's just say I have an extremely low opinion of the man. And I think almost all of his ideas on society and how it should be run and how it is run and what caused it to be run as it is, I think on every single layer he is completely backwards, incorrect, and arrives at these conclusions in the most brain-dead way possible.
Oh, I think it's true, though. I do. I think this is true. And I think also, it's more that the reason why I think it happens is something that's a lot more general as well, is that a lot of guys.
Also, by the way, I know you guys can't really see it because I'm covering it, but like I can't even move in a way that like shows it, but Asmon's chat is all like Hassan's a clown. Straight up.
Don't have strong father figures. Like, they just don't. Like, there's no father figure in their life.
Like, I swear, half of Hassan's following has to be hate watching. It has to be. I can't imagine Hassan having the following he does of actually, like, most of it being legitimate, genuine people that agree with him. That seems too much to ask for.
There's no, like, guy that, like, tells them, like, what the fuck are you doing, etc. And if they do have a dad, maybe their dad is, like...
Which, by the way, if this blows up and somehow goes viral and Hassan gets a hold of this, yeah, come at me, bro. I'll take you on a debate. I will have to have, like, headache, something in it, like Advil, on hand, like, on my desk, and I'll just be throwing them back to get through it, but, I mean, 1v1 me, bro. I will absolutely throw down some debate gauntlets. So, outside, like, on my downtime, one of my go-to downtime things lately is political debates, on stuff exactly like this, especially like the whole capitalism versus communism thing. I can do that in my sleep.
A loser or something like that. They don't respect their dad for whatever reason. Who knows why? And it's like, that's a huge problem. And I think that guys that grow up without that, they're looking for an internet dad. And I think that's what Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson are. They are internet dads. Fatherless behavior. Yes, I think that's really what it is.
Cry about it. Boo.
Yeah, Joe Rogan.
Who?
Another
Oh no, poor widow men having problems. Boo. Who?
Well, yeah, I mean, of course this is what, bro, like, let's be honest. Like, this is just probably somebody who fucking, they hate men.
I mean, it seems like it. They just don't, like, oh, when they have problems, they need everyone to know about it, but men have problems? Yeah, I don't care. And, oh no, you're the one that has to have problems now. Like, that doesn't help anyone. That's crabs in the bucket behavior.
It's that simple.
Don't be a bucket crab.
Like, I don't think that, again, there's not a political ideology behind this. Most of these people have unresolved trauma.
I like how Vosh down there, okay, again, I'll give the man credit. Like, you know, I think he's kind of an idiot, but I'll give him credit. Vosh in the bomb there is saying, please take this stuff seriously, or at least don't use it as an excuse to mock men for being lonely. Another Vosh W, actually. I did not expect to go into this giving Vosh multiple W's, but I mean, yeah, I mean, I will give credits due.
And so they go on the internet to let it out.
Also true.
Up then. Have men considered being smarter? I'm enjoying all these sad little moids and their sad little tweets about their sad...
Oh, that's good. About their sad... I mean, I'm going to be honest. I don't really find this offensive or stressful at all, or like upsetting, because guys tweet this shit out all the time about girls too, right? I mean, I think this is...
I mean, true. And I'll say it the same as the other way around. Like, don't be a bucket crab. I'm gonna turn that into a shirt. Don't be a bucket crab. Don't drag down others to make yourself feel better. It helps no one in the end. It literally just hurts the situation. Your long-term place in life will be lower for that behavior. Even if the person you're doing it to, you have no direct connection with, because you are now wasting your own time and energy that you could be using improving your life. You're not. You're using it to lower someone else's, or at least attempt to lower someone else's quality of life. Your quality of life mathematically will be higher if you are spending that time and energy on improving yourself or improving the lives of others, which will, you know, indirectly or through the chain, you know, the was the butterfly effect chain reaction back to you. The better you improve other people's lives, the better society as a whole, just by a little bit, just by another drop in the bucket. But a lot of drops is eventually, a bucket. It'll come back around to you, even if it takes a while. Your long term will be better off if you are spending it improving your or someone else's life. Pulling other people down at a minimum is wasting your own time and energy.
It's just like
And I gotta pee again. Good lord, this caffeine goes right through me. I'll be back in a minute. I hope people are somewhat enjoying this. And I know I was just riffing on Hassan and a little bit on Bosch. I'm not perfect. I'm human. I'm not sure exactly where the line is of sharing a negative opinion and being a bucket crab is, where the line of one becomes the other, because I think there is some separation there. I'm not sure where it is exactly. I try to be at least somewhat respectful. Somewhat. I have to figure out where that line is. But still, point stands. If you're just going out of your way to be, hyper negative, you're wasting your time and energy that will have you in a worse place than otherwise possible in the long term. That's the point. Anyway, back to Asmon issue.
it's just psychotic behavior on the internet.
Pathetic lives.
Not really.
Sounds like a person.
You think not really? Dude, I actually think that it's worse for women. Like, I think that, like, whenever there's, like, a girl that has something bad happen to her, I always see guys that are like, yeah, that's what she gets. Even if it's something horrible. A good example of this, actually, no, I won't use that one because that one was, like, really, it's, like, very complicated. But, like, yeah, no, but I think that there have been examples of this. I'll have to think of some that are, like, less controversial.
problem. Is the lack of compassion for men in the room with us right now? Maybe men are just not good people then. I'm so fucking tired
was
of
that?
people trying to make male loneliness a huge societal problem. Yeah, no, their fifis are not my responsibility, and I shouldn't have to be punished because they can't get their shit together as human beings.
How much do you want to bet that the girl that wrote this had a boyfriend who was emotionally abusive, that didn't have their shit together, and was an asshole? How much do you want to bet? Like, I bet, like, probably there's like a 95% chance this shit happened. Like, I mean, bro, you know this is what it is. 100%. She's projecting. Yeah, they're all projecting. Like, that's what it is.
Yeah, you're gonna say straight up that 50% of the human population are not good people? It doesn't even compute as a rational statement.
Aren't you doing what she's complaining about, taking men's issues and saying, well, women deal with it more too, as much as I agree there's both sides to it? I think that yeah, women do deal with this, and men deal with it too. Yeah. Like, absolutely. What I'm saying is that I think this is a problem of... So here's what I think in like a more macro level, right? Is that I think that men and women are dealing with this problem, but the problem with like men dealing with it is that men don't have the same level of like social structure and social support around dealing with it. You know, like example is that like how many shelters are there for women versus how many shelters are there for men. So it's not that men and women aren't dealing with it, it's that women might have more support from people in dealing with it. But also...
Yo, actually, someone threw in the chat there, in Asmon's chat, said prison is a shelter for men. And actually, that's not completely incorrect, as horrible as that is. You know where the other shelter for men is? The military. That's not a great place to necessarily go either, in a lot of cases. So, yeah, no, there's not nearly the same type of societal support system for men. So, yeah, this is something we got to take a little bit more of a active approach to, compared with women, as to where the situation rests right now.
As I said earlier, is that the support that women get from dealing with it, especially that comes from men, is not really support. This is just self-serving behavior so the men can fuck them later on down the line. It's complex.
Grow the up. Why are we trying to win these entitled little predators over? The left isn't for them. That's why they go right in the first place. We're all lonely and alienated. It's young men going to the alt-right in droves. The problem isn't our messaging, it's them. It's literally not our problem. Men flock to Andrew Tate not because they're lonely, but because they're bigots. Hope this helps.
You know, the left has no self-awareness. That's yeah.
Helps. Nah, it's just misogynists being louder than before and not getting...
And let's also keep in mind, this is a person that got 1 like on their tweet.
Nah. Real.
What I mean by that is that nobody actually cares.
LOL.
Yeah.
Cry harder, losers. 90% of all homicides recorded worldwide were committed by male perpetrators.
Oh, fun fact here. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure people will. Isn't the majority of domestic abuse actually initiated by women? The domestic violence? Yes.
I haven't read that one, but also 90% of all homicides recorded worldwide are committed by male perpetrators. And guess what? The targets of almost all of those were against other men. Yeah. About that. Yeah. So, also, we should just get rid of males, to be honest. What's your long-term plan with that one, Chief? What you gonna do in 1 generation? We are not what is it, like a New Mexico whiptail lizard that like clones itself? It's an all-female species of lizard that clones itself. We're not that. We can't do that. What's up, Broken Arrow? How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a good Friday. Sorry, I just I was just mid thoughts. So yeah, this woman's off a rocker.
It's cute, isn't it?
We should just get rid of all males, to be honest. This includes trans women, as they still retain male violence.
I do like how they accurately include the trans women retain the male violence part. That was the only part they got right in that. Okay. I give them full credit. They got the percentage right. Just left out the Oh, hey, used to this. Yeah, thanks for the corrections. I didn't know to jump between names. Hope you're ready for some spicy cultural stuff. So that's what we're doing for man, a lot more of the stream than I thought we were going to. I'm legitimately gonna call this Reactception the movie. Because it's gonna be, oh man, we're halfway through. We're at 2.5 hours. Yes, I am. You ready for some cultural spiciness? Nice, because I've already been like giving out like dating advice and like put yourself together advice and talking about like Vosh and Hassan and Jordan Pearson and Andrew Tate. I'm hitting everything. All the red buttons I am punching. I think I said legalize nuclear bombs earlier. I was memeing, obviously, but you know, it's funny. I actually love that statement. All right, cool. Let's get back into it.
By the way, you know the Tumblr feminists who were like,
Just had to tack that one on there.
like, all men are sexist and rapists, male tears, penises are evil, blah 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 back in the day. Well, this is them now. Should have just let me cook back then.
Oh, we didn't even see the bomb part. Miss Andrew's bad. Yes, let's go.
Listen up, chuckle. I'm white, socially awkward, autistic, in my 40s, ugly, overweight, crippled, got a weird balding pattern, and have bad skin.
Yo, I can feel like half of that.
I didn't, guys. This was I swear to God, this wasn't me.
Might have been. No, I'm joking. I'm not. Not in my 40s. Rest of that we can talk about, but you know.
This was not me on another account.
You know what I didn't do? Choose to become a fascist, because I recognize most of the sort that look like me are the problem. I may be hideously ugly and pathetic, but at least I'm not a fascist.
Yep.
Thank you for your input, buddy. You're
Right, yeah, pretty much.
really helping the situation. The reason young men flock to alt-right MRA movements is because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men. We need to be more compassionate to them, for our own sake. I'm sorry, but how is respect women brain-dead advice?
Because you don't explain how respect women, like, works. You don't explain what that means. You just say respect women and don't rape them. It's like, well, I mean, like, the don't rape part was, like, fairly obvious on the surface. But, like, what does that mean? Because even, like, that situation is, like, super complicated in reality. Like, the reality is of, like, you know, people's interests and... Is there seriously an ant here? Die. Okay, anyway. Very human supremacy when it comes to animals. That insect. Love my spiders, though. Are you around? No spiders around right now. Sad. Anyway, like, the reality is if you go out and try to, like, you know, sleep with people and the even when you're in a committed relationship, even then, it's like, it can get really gray area really quickly. And the left does not talk about that. I mean, the right doesn't either, to be fair. Like neither side talks about this. Like, in any significant depth that actually, like, helps people. And, like, respect women. Like, they don't follow that up with what I said earlier, which is talk to them like they're a normal human being and not attached to this instinctual male projection of this like goddess entity that bestows upon you your value in life based on them approving or accepting of you, right? Like they don't follow up with that. That's the useful part. I didn't even understand that until I read this book years ago. I wish I could remember the name of it, but it was about like male psychology and like that whole thing.
What advice? Don't rape? Don't be a rapist is bad advice?
No, it's shallow advice. It's not actually useful. Because like I'm willing to bet I have not looked at stats for this like recently. I'm willing to bet 95% of cases where like the woman's like I was raped was the guy like planning to like pin down, and like this didn't actually like occur either. Didn't like pin down the woman, rip her clothes off, and like just start going at it like a dog. Okay, that's not what like, because that's what men think of when they think of rape. That's not what's actually happening in most of these circumstances. So like, don't rape is not a useful statement.
Help, I have no friends or community. I feel suicidal.
That's it's complicated, right?
Right.
It is, because so there's like two sides to this that I think are like really important. So like, number one, if you go to PetSmart and whenever you're checking out your dog food, the person says, hey, listen, I know, like this is a thing and I know some people do it, so I feel like I kind of just have to tell you since you're a dog owner, please don't put peanut butter on your ball sack and have your dog lick it off. It's really weird and it's actually against the law. So please don't do that.
Wait, you're not supposed to do that? What?
If the cashier at PetSmart told you that, that would make you upset, wouldn't it? That would make you mad. Right? And so the patronizing nature of telling guys not to be abusive or anything like that.
Oh, and I didn't even get into that part. Yeah, it's right. Like the patronizing part of it doesn't help anyone. It just turns guys off. Like the brain just turns off. Ears are closed. Because it's like so obvious. And it's more of like what Asmon was saying before, where like we like especially like young men don't want to be what do you call it? Tone policing? Like that whole thing? Like you just don't want to be told what to do.
I think that it does kind of fall flat, and it feels like whenever you're telling people this, it's like you're kind of, like by telling somebody this, you presuppose that they need to hear it. Does that make sense?
Real, which is like, okay, you're just assuming I have rapist tendencies? Thanks. I appreciate that. But I mean, to be fair, people on the far left do legitimately think that like all men are potential rapists. And on like a purely mechanical point of view, like sure. But like realistically, it's a pretty garbage outlook.
And I think that presupposing that somebody needs to hear it is extremely insulting for a lot of people. However, there are a lot of guys that do not understand the idea of consent. And I'm not talking about saying yes every 30 seconds during sex. I'm talking about saying yes for anything.
Sure. Yeah.
There are a lot of guys that just do not fucking get it. And I think the problem here, the reason why this happens, is because guys have very little social interactions with women, and they don't know how to breach that without feeling weird or without feeling uncomfortable. So it's like...
There's also some of them just like, telling them don't rape is not going to help them anyway. Because they don't have like the level of self-control and in like self-awareness in the moment to be able to put any of that to use anyway, right? So like even those guys saying don't rape isn't actually helping. It's not really helping anyway. It's like the Bill Burr skit about domestic violence, where it's like this like rip off of The View saying like, you know, there's no reason to hit a woman or whatever, and like domestic violence is bad. Like he had a whole thing about the whole like there's no reason to, like that's dumb. A dumb way of putting it. But also like there's just you shouldn't hit a woman. It's not like saying that is actually going to change anything, because either like we know it and it's obvious to us, or like it's someone that doesn't care anyway. Like they're not like telling them is not going to suddenly change their whole perspective on the situation, right? So it's just a pointless statement regardless. It's like saying don't kill people. Like, duh. Either we were already on the same page or we weren't caring anyway.
They don't have a frame of reference for what normal social interactions with another person, especially like a girl, is. They don't know how to initiate a conversation about that without feeling tremendously uncomfortable. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, social anxiety. Well, it's social anxiety that comes from social isolation. We should normalize being friends with girls. Most guys are friends with most girls because they can't fuck them. And if they could fuck them, then they wouldn't be friends. That's what I think that's the case for like 95%. And I think another reason.
I'm just saying, I know this is probably just because I'm a weirdo. I'll just put it right out there. In a lot of cases, I'm a weirdo when it comes to stuff like that. What I mean is, like, for example, a lot of like the 9 years that I was in my last committed relationship, we were completely open. And even now, like, we're best friends still, like 2 years after we broke up. Well, after I broke it up. To clarify for people that want to try to make it an issue. I don't have any problems with adding sex to the equation. Me personally, I don't think it changes anything for me, but I understand I'm a weirdo. Thanks, Plasma. I agree. Welcome to the stream. How's your day going? And am I going to see you tomorrow at the tournament? Which later, probably right after this video. I thought I'd be doing more videos, but like we're just over halfway through, and it's been 2.5 hours. So probably this and making my tournament list is gonna be like the whole stream. But yeah. But I understand most people probably it probably does like muddy the waters massively. But anyway. Now housing doxing to make another big pocket change. I mean, fair enough, man.
Dudes freak out
Make that money.
about this shit is that they see guys that sometimes get accused for something, and it's they get falsely accused. And the funny thing about that is it's the same thing about like airplane crashes. The odds are that you're not going to get in a crash whenever you get in an
Need so you can paint your towel? Nice. Gonna paint some Xenos and totally not gonna hide some like imperial propaganda on it. Wait, what?
airplane. But people freak out about this. You're way more likely to get killed in a car.
Oh yeah. That's, I guess, I have more of that perspective thing I mentioned way back in the stream. People got crap perspectives on stats in reality, like actual statistical likelihood of things. People's the average person's perspective on this stuff is like absolute dog crap.
But nobody thinks about that. The truth is that like most accusations are real. And the worst part about it is that most sexual assaulters and most sexual pieces of shit, the average amount of victims that they have before it gets reported is 5. Can you fucking believe that? So think about how underreported that is. It's bad. So it's like you have guys that don't know how to interact with a girl. They see other guys that do something that they think, like, you know, because, like, I bet this happens, right? Where, like, some girl will come out with, like, a post about how some guy did something bad, and then there are dudes that are watching it, they're like, wait, I don't think that's bad, and then it freaks them out. So then, because, like, they're thinking, oh my God, like, am I a piece of shit? Like, no, I'm not a piece of shit. Like, what's wrong with this? And it's like, it's scary.
There's also the other thing. This kind of goes into my whole, like, you know, you want a woman's attention, talk to him like a normal human being, instead of your projected version of a woman. There's also, like, a whole thing that I was talking in a Discord server about this the other day, was learning the art of pushing the envelope, which is like, it's a very gentle and delicate art form that has a lot of like, you know, a social skill set. There's a lot of layers of knowing how far you can push things. It takes a very gentle touch, and men that don't have the reference points for that, you know, they try to replicate stuff. Like, I mean, I'm in some of these political servers where there's like a surprisingly decent chunk of women in there, and I'm back and forth. I'm going back and forth like a bunch of them. I mean, on the average day, I'm like in Discord, either public chats or DMs with 5 or 6 different women on different political topics, right? And like, some guys, literally this happens like hilariously consistently. They see me, like, you know, trolling them. I'm just trolling these women, and the women are laughing at. And then the guys these other like new guys just joined the server that don't have the same level of like social skill, come in and try doing the same thing and just come off as complete and utter creeps. It's like the cringe level is like, it's like, it's not even hilarious anymore. It's just what I say. I think it was like early yesterday morning or this morning. I don't know. Time's been weird for me. It was like, if there's any more cringe in this chat, it's gonna become self-conscious. It's gonna hit critical mass and become self-conscious and start espousing communism. It's just like, guys, you know, watch some Charisma on Command or something. Like, good lord. Like, it's just seeing stuff out of context, not understanding the social layers involved. For example, I mean, for one part of like being able to push the envelope is you gotta with your first impression, like, you gotta set the tone of like or in my case, I'm just a cocky dude that just does that. I sound like that all the time. So like it's not weird when I just come out and say something super cocky, because that's just I'm just doing that all the time. So if a guy's like really like mellow and like kind of reserved and socially awkward, and then suddenly they just throw out a cocky statement, it's just off-putting because it came out of nowhere. Like, stuff like that. So that's like the other problem. You know, they see guys pulling off like really, you know, let's say cocky or aggressive moves, but there's a huge amount of context and background lore, if you will, to like what led up to being able to pull that off with that woman, for them to accept that, you know, in a good way. And another guy does it, and the woman's like, I'm being assaulted.
It is. Porn is a big problem for dumb guys not doing what they're watching. Oh, I mean, porn is a problem. Yeah, sure.
Have you considered not raping? Act like a decent fucking human being. It's not hard. Is brain dead advice? Brain dead advice like, get consent and don't be a Nazi and women are people.
Yeah, the reason why.
I know I've just been saying like literally that, like, talk to women like they're people, but again, it's missing half the context. Like I've been saying, there's a projection in your mind that is being placed upon the person that you have to get past. if you're not aware of that, talking to them like a normal person might not be enough of a description for a guy to figure it out.
It's not good is
Or a woman to figure it out, because I don't think most women, like, I know most women don't realize that men have this, like, insane, like, completely fictional projection that is just universally applied to, like, all women in their head that they have to, like, get over at some point in their becoming a man progress, right?
messaging of it is derogatory and condescending. Because, like, no, of course you don't want to be a fucking Nazi. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, what the fuck? What is this? A Nazi?
Also, what does Nazi have to do with being bad to women? Where's that connection? Where's the... I remember Nazis having problems with certain races and political factions. Not women. There's another ant. Where are my spiders? They are not paying their rent right now. Where are these ants coming from? Granted, I've got some food packages in my trash I should probably get rid of, but you know. Yeah, I just hit like the full point last night. I should take that out later.
Like, it's insane. So, like, you get talked to like that, and of course it's going to alienate people. It's the same thing like I said at PetSmart.
Up to men struggling with loneliness and depression, like...
Kids, don't be racist.
Incredible.
Yeah,
Here's my actual advice I would give to my teen boys as a leftist. 1. Always get enthusiastic consent. 2. Save the planet. 3. Don't say that. It's actually kind of racist. Like, what the...
What does that mean?
Is this? How does...
I'm sure they're thinking of her whenever they're yelling slurs on Xbox Live whenever she's not in the room. Yeah, I'm sure that's really gonna stop them.
Does this address men and their issues? It doesn't. Why does their advice always seem to be, become a liberal? Hey men, here's how to fix all your problems. Agree with me politically. Men flock to the MRA movement because they're the largest beneficiaries of MRA shit. Imagine...
Well, yeah, duh.
Yeah.
Of course people are going to flock to things that are beneficial for them. Yeah.
Shock and horror. People are going to do things that benefit them.
Yeah.
Imagine saying women flock to women's rights activism because they're the biggest beneficiaries of women's rights. Like, no f***ing shit.
Duh.
Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Aside from procreation purposes, men have become obsolete. Most women can find other methods of achieving orgasm without a man there. And speaking as a man, most of us are horrid to be around, and I don't blame any woman for just saying, no thanks.
And the thing is, right, is this is the same energy. Kevin's college tips.
Hold on. He's probably going to read it, but now I gotta. So Kevin's college tips from August 18, 2005. Tip number 7 for mad pussy in college. Step 1, enroll in history of women. Step 2, first day, raise your hand. Step 3, I just want to say that I think history is too much of a history. I'm here for her story. I look forward to a great class. Step 4, sit down. Step 5, collect panties. I wonder if there was any point in time that this worked.
Add pussy. Number 1, enroll in the history of women. First day, raise your hand. Say, I just want to say that I think history is too much of his story. I'm here for her story. I look forward to a great class. Step 4, sit down. Step 5, collect panties. And that's what I think a lot of these guys are doing.
Yeah.
They're telling women what they need to hear just to cross the finish line. Like, yeah, I'm a feminist for sure. Absolutely. Of course. Yeah. I mean, men are horrible. Yes, so true.
Oh my god, dude. This is what every Just Pearly Things tweet looks like to me.
Going out, Pearly.
Just with the gender swapped. This is
Just with the gender swap, yo, real. I watched a little bit of Pearly stuff for like a little bit. And then I realized like it wasn't advancing anywhere. It wasn't developing. It was just women, modern women are garbage. Men need to be more appreciated. It's like that's great for like one or two videos, but I mean like geez, the whole brand, and it's actually just it's not even becoming, it's not even like not developing, it's becoming more shallow over time. And it's frankly disappointing.
pathetic. You know what
Oh,
fixes
that's
male
that lady
loneliness?
from,
Fucking off. As a man, I'll say this. Sit down, shut up, and beat one out. You'll feel better. I promise.
Well, I mean, I don't think that's wrong. Yeah, wait a second.
Yeah, guys, just beat one out. Just off.
Yeah.
Just watch porn.
What?
Batman will be very disappointed in all of you. It's so funny how men feel entitled to a girlfriend. No, you sexist freak.
Wait. What? I don't even know where to begin dissecting that one. That was a whole thing right there. We're just gonna continue.
One side is like, wanting a girlfriend is sexist entitlement, and the other side is like, here's how to get a girlfriend. I don't know, bro. What happened to males just kicking the bucket? Now they just come on here and try to make their loneliness and misery.
They just kill themselves.
Wow.
Oh my god. I wish I could know.
Misandry level peaked. We have found the bottom. Wow. Okay. Good lord.
Who these people are. Like, because,
Actual psychopath.
like, I wonder, like, I wish I had, like, a spark notes of their life. Because I bet there's probably some bad shit that happened to them, and they're out here expressing it.
into some social
probably
justice
nuts.
issue.
They're
Oh,
themselves,
trust
yeah.
me. Men are still kicking the bucket. Oh, well, they're not giving
Oh yeah, that by the way, like that's still a thing. That person not only did not have a valuable point, but they had no point at all because it's still happening. Male suicide is actually extremely high.
mind-blowing advice like just to be a liberal. They're
Yeah.
outright dismissing men's issues completely.
Of course, 'cause-
it's not our job
yeah.
to educate them. Since men created the problem, they need to take steps to fix it.
Mm-hmm.
We have other things to care about. Men can figure out their own problems that they created.
Yeah, it's because it's women that don't like men. Like, I don't understand. Like, it's not that complicated. It's women that have been fucking catcalled and like maybe abused, or they had a dad that was an asshole, or the dad was never around, or something weird happened growing up, and they hate men. Or they date a guy and he cheats on her, and this happens to her 3 times. And after it happens the 3rd time, she hates men.
Yeah.
That's just it.
I got one guy who's just like, don't date a-holes. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's part of it. Just don't, choose better partners.
Assholes in a person, they hate men, it's not impossible. Yeah, of course they could just usually be assholes. I just think that, is catcalling really that bad? I think it is, yeah. I think randomly yelling at a person, I think that going up to somebody, I don't know. I mean, I'd say it's bad in like 98 to 99% of circumstances. Maybe there's a situation where it would be okay, but I think that we could pretty safely say 98% no. And it's just rude, right? It's rude, it's jarring.
Again, it's not women's jobs to change how men are socialized. It's a man issue, and y'all need to address that amongst yourselves.
Well, it's not women's job to change how men are socialized. I thought most women were teachers. Well, most teachers were women. Like, that's Bro, I'm gonna be honest, like, the main place you get socialized as a kid is in fucking school. So, actually...
Men created their own problems. Men can solve their own problems. The left is busy. Why does the well-being of other people concern me?
Yeah.
Leftist, by the way. It's all systemic.
Yeah, I know. Seriously, I thought the left originally was about being the voice of the marginalized. Now that's men being marginalized, the left is like doubling down on it.
Issues and societal factors and blah
Well,
blah.
this is just what people do, right? They just assign somebody else as the other group status, and then they hate them. And
True. Real. Facts. Correct.
so it's okay for you to dehumanize them because they're not really people, and they don't ascribe to the same ideals that you do. So if we hurt them or do anything to them, it doesn't really matter because they're not really people.
Blah blah until it's a man, and then suddenly it's pull yourselves up by your bootstraps.
That's
this
right.
problem is just a consequence of the patriarchy. Now take a wild guess about which gender created the patriarchy. Solve your own problems and leave women alone. These people rightly mock the bootstraps rhetoric until the subject is a man, and then it's bootstraps all the way down.
Of course.
They would never talk about any other group this way. It's wild. And it's kind of like...
It's because they don't like them. Like, again, I have a very, at least I believe, I have a very black pill view on things. I think most people don't care at all about ethics. I think they don't care at all about morality. And if they, like, people all the time, it's like, oh, I hate slavery? Oh, yeah, but do you hate it enough to not buy the new phone? No, that's different. People don't really give a fuck about any of these things because...
Well, part of that's because ethical consumption is just basically impossible and kind of dumb as a concept to begin with, in a way.
People have been evolutionarily bred for millions of years to be absolutely fucking ruthless. So I don't believe any of this shit. It's all just a game.
Yeah, it's all meaningless virtue signaling.
And the moment that people have the one opportunity to treat a person the same way that the fucking, cavemen would treat a bison, oh, bro, everybody's getting their spear out and sharpening it. That's just how it is.
Both sides are telling men to pull themselves up by their bootstraps.
Yeah.
But one is like, I'll show you how, and the other is like, fuck off. And when they're not telling men to straight up fuck off, they're giving the 200 IQ answer that nobody has ever heard before. Just show your emotions, bro.
Yeah.
And I'm not dismissing this problem.
No, there's girls like, there's a lot of girls that will be like, oh, it's okay to be emotional with me. And then whenever you do that, they don't respect you. This is what I've learned.
Alright, here's my take on that, because it's going to differ from, like, a lot of people, I think. There's the women that straight up won't respect a man being emotional. That's one. Then there's the one that says they will, but they won't. Then there's the ones that are actual keepers, and they're actually fine and supportive about it.
Again, this is another really big black pill perspective. Nobody gives a fuck how you feel. Nobody cares. You will be lucky to have one person in your life that will ever care about how you feel. And that's a lot.
Yeah, I don't actually agree with that. I think if you actually put yourself out there, you'll find after a little bit of time you can get some people. You can get a support network. Like I said before, like, depending on how we define close friends, I mean, I could probably line up 20 people. Granted, they're all online, sure, but like most of them I can message at any time and be like, yo, what you doing? Let's talk. And then talk about like actual life stuff.
Okay, I've made videos talking about this. Oh, you're crying at your grandfather's funeral?
you do,
Okay, it. And studies have shown that men are scared to be vulnerable, even around the homies. And can you blame them when the media says
Cody. I care
stupid
about you too,
like
Cody,
this?
man.
Fellas,
Yeah.
is it woke to open up to your fellow men and discuss history? Men are
Well, hold up. What the fuck was that? Let me look at that real quick. UK builders go woke. Study finds 3/4 of tradesmen discuss their feelings with colleagues. Wait, that's woke?
Wait, study finds 3/4 of tradesmen discuss their feelings with colleagues while 2/3 shun the fried breakfast. Nearly half say they are history buffs. Okay. Huh. Nearly half said they're history buffs, 60% favored science. Which just shows outdated stereotypes about builders do not reflect the reality.
Wait, what?
I wouldn't call that woke,
What
but
is
that's...
this?
I'd say
men and
those are
discuss
pretty cool
history.
people.
Men are socialized to believe strength, dominance, and stoicism are behaviors of a real man. Is it any surprise that men are lonely and have less friends nowadays? You have to be vulnerable to make friends. Don't tell me there aren't systemic problems affecting men.
That's because you not realizing that you can be stoic in the face of problems, okay? Stoic in the face of problems and of difficult times, and have the strength to be vulnerable in a realistic and productive way to other people in general, and knowing when that's appropriate and being able to switch between the two. That's what you need, right? You're not like, stoicism's not about being stoic for like in front of other people. It's not about showing off that you're emotionally suppressed, right? Stoicism, by my understanding, I'm not really a stoic. I mean, I use little bits and pieces of stoicism. I'm more of an existentialist. But from what I understand, stoicism is about feeling your feelings, but not letting them control you, so that you have the capability to have control and use logic to face problems in your life and deal with them in a way that actually solves them, because you are not having your judgment clouded by your emotions. But it's not suppressing your emotions, it's not showing off that you're emotionally dead in front of other people, it's not being able to be vulnerable and share your feelings, it's not being able to express your emotions. It's none of that. That's all like fake TikTok stoicism garbage. Okay, to be clear, that's my understanding of it.
I think being stoic is a good thing, and I try to be that as much as I can be. With things, I do. I think it's a better way to live. I think that, you know, like, there's a very clear difference between a person being like emotionally vulnerable in like a certain spot versus somebody just being emotionally unstable.
Well, a lot of
Yeah. Real.
this may be true. Men have been
Like, and also, like, I used to be much more willing to be vulnerable, and I found, again, this is my experience, what the fuck do I know? I found that my life has never gotten better by being more vulnerable. It's never happened. Like, not once in my life have I ever seen an improvement.
socialized this way for centuries, and this is all relatively a new phenomena. Toxic masculinity has existed forever. If anything, there's less toxic masculinity nowadays.
Oh,
True.
there's way less. Way less.
Massively less.
The cultural embrace of like gender nonconformity, femboys, Harry Styles in a dress, Barbie movie, blah 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 blah. My point is, toxic masculinity did not just appear in the mid-2010s, but social media did, and the internet did, and the rise of dating apps did, and the housing crisis, and living in a country where the wealth...
Well, that's the thing too, is like, what girl is gonna want to date a dude that lives with his mom? Like, this was always a situation for me.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's why I'm not trying to rebound. Even though I think 2 years later it's not exactly called rebounding anymore, but that's why I'm not trying. I could have it if I tried. What am I going to offer right now, though? Like, I got back on my feet, and I'm making improvements towards that. I'm on my way. My income is steadily growing. My credit score is steadily growing because I avoided credit for my entire adult life until like last year. But that's going up, and my income's going up. And give me another year, maybe a little bit more. I mean, hey, if this takes off, then less than that, you know? But yeah, it's like I'm not gonna try while I'm in my mother's basement when I'm nearly 30, hilariously, like the meme, ironically, because I was with someone else for 9 years and then split up at the end of a pandemic. Yeah, he's right. Who's gonna want someone that's living with their mother? You shouldn't. You actually should not. Because it's not a sign of the person actualizing their self-improvement. When I mentioned earlier about like one of the 4 things you should have if you want to get a woman's attention, you know, showing improvement towards being a better person in the future in as many different regards as you can figure out. You also should be able to show, as part of that, you should be able to show that that's not like a thing you're just starting. You have to be able to show you've actualized some of that. So it's not just potential and good intentions. It's manifesting into something real that they can latch onto. Be like, oh, I have evidence of this and this and this. It's actually happening. He's actually doing something. He's going somewhere. It's not just saying he's planning to do something. It's like, no, numbers, things, objects, relations, connections.
Right? And so like, how the fuck are you gonna buy a house if a house is $600,000? That's a lot of money for a house.
Inequality is worse than it was during the Gilded Age. That all happened recently. Oh my god, the privileged life these poor little boys must have, that their biggest problem is being lonely, i.e. so insufferable that nobody wants to sleep with them. So much more pressing than the poor distribution of wealth causing people to suffer food and housing insecurity.
What if I told you that some of those people who had poor wealth distribution were men?
Boo-hoo, you're lonely and have no friends and are suicidal? Wah.
Yeah.
Because feeling alienated under capitalism apparently isn't a thing. People are working harder and longer while wages have been stagnant. Men have been dropping out of college like flies. And what does that get you? Poor men. Which...
it also gets you plumbers that are probably going to make more fucking money than if they finished their degree.
True. Real.
Keep that in mind.
Since women are doing amazing in college now, and many are now out-earning men, this most of the time...
Yeah, some plumber is going to have a job in 30 fucking years. Meanwhile, your programming job is going to get replaced by an AI in 2 years. Learn the code, learn to fix a fucking pipe.
Would you believe I could do both?
leads to single men, which then leads to lonely men, which leads to depressed men, which leads to the high suicide rate. In my opinion, leftism at a policy level does a great job addressing the shitty material conditions that in part lead to the problems that men are facing, but then absolutely drops the ball when it comes to everything and anything related to men's cultural issues. Many such cases. And why would a struggling man even want to move left when the left appears actively hostile to them?
The question of whether or not the hashtag online left does enough to appeal to hashtag men has become the question du jour. And like, men have most of the money, authority, and do most of the murdering and assaulting.
The average young man in America isn't Jeff Bezos. Also, why did this motherfucker...
Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, nobody... This is what I said about, like, this, fucking, the racism stuff.
I just got called, like, 3 different things by a vampire.
That people get into is, like, everybody always wants to talk about statistics and averages. It's like, oh, well, it's okay for me to be racist because another race commits crime more often. Oh, really? But here you are crying about how men get perceived this way, and men commit crime way fucking higher than women do. Like, crazy higher, you know? And the thing is, the reason why nobody likes that is because it is at the fundamental level dehumanizing. You are taking a person and you are turning them into a statistic. You are removing their personality, you're removing their feelings, their lived experience, their life, their feelings, and you are saying you are bad because this graph says so. Well, a person's not a graph. But it's very easy to treat people like a graph if you don't like them. Hypocritical too? Oh, everybody's hypocritical. You should never... I know that it's like porn for stupid people on the internet to try to point out hypocrisies. Everybody's hypocritical about everything.
True. It's real. I called myself out on it earlier in the stream.
There's no reason to even... People just do what's good for them at the time being. That's it. Now, sometimes people don't have the option to do that, and then they play it off as if they're, following through with their principles, but I think that's usually not the case.
There's FBI crime statistics at me. Men do the most murder.
They do.
Okay?
They do.
They like having all of the stuff
Massively.
they don't deserve. They like that. They want it to stay that way.
Who's to say they don't deserve it? I mean, I think it's... If they got it, I mean, they have it. Deal with it. Deserving's not going to get anyone anywhere. Deserving doesn't actually change anything in reality. Deserve is meaningless in realistic conversation about stuff like that. About, like, say, resources and stuff. You can talk about someone's right to something, but that's not the same as deserve.
That suits them. Because of the stuff, telling people they're special and deserve all the nice shit that they have, that's going to be an easier sell 10 times out of 10 than, like, saying, hey, maybe you should have less stuff and other people should have more.
Yeah.
Left is
Okay, or make more stuff. This is the Thanos argument here. Resources are not a zero-sum game in actuality. You can make more stuff. We've been doing it. You want more people to have more, you make more. That's what manufacturing is, and automation, and technological advancements, and being able to take raw resources and put them together in more efficient ways to do things more efficiently, which means you can get more out of less. There was a bet between the guy, if I remember correctly, there's a guy that wrote the population bomb that said that, like, he was written in the 70s and said by, like, the 90s or something like that, or 2000, like, the population is going to be so large and the resources will have gone so low that we were going to be Mad Max. Straight up. Just straight, like resources were going to run out and all of society was going to collapse under the weight of population growth. Right? And then some economists made a bet with him. And they made this very public. And he said, you, the population bomb guy, which, by the way, the population bomb was based on studies based on yeast and I think it was rats in containment, right? Under unnatural circumstances in both cases. But humans don't work like either anyway. And the economists knew this, and they made a bet. You pick a basket of resources, of raw commodities that we have an actual price right now. And we'll revisit this in like 30 years or whatever it was, and see where the price of those commodities are. Because if your hypothesis is correct, if your theory is correct, the price on those should skyrocket because they'll be rarer, right? They'll be more scarce. There'll be more demand than there is supply, so their price will go up. Would you know in 30 years later, yeah, those prices had dropped off a cliff, basically. They were like so incredibly low because we had our technology for finding the resources, acquiring the resources, and utilizing the resources had all become better, as well as our scale of applying all of those improvements because we have more hands on deck because our population is higher. It's almost like it's almost like literally play like Age of Empires. It's like, do you want more population or less? Okay, in your game of Age of Empires. Oh, it's almost like you want more people because then you can get access to more resources, which the scaling as you go up, especially as you get more technology literally in the game, just like in real life, the more technology you get, the better you can apply those resources as you're getting more resources because of the population, and it's exponential in its growth and its capacity for everything. Doing it, having it, growing it. So, yeah, this zero-sum game Thanos logic it's like malevolent and dumb. You know what Thanos should have done? If he has his magic gauntlet of universal fundamental power, oh, instead of having the population, maybe double the resources. Double the resources. Make more pie if the pie slice is too small. If you have too small of a slice of pie, literally just bake more pie. It's that simple. That's what capitalism does.
When you don't have a lot of stuff, we're gonna take your stuff.
That's what the Industrial Revolution did, by the way, to go back to Ted.
You sound like a 65-year-old Fox News.
Oh, hold on, let's go back.
Saying, hey, maybe you should have less stuff and other people should have more.
Yeah.
Leftism is when you don't have a lot of stuff. We're gonna take your stuff. You sound like a 65-year-old Fox News boomer's idea of what the left is. Are you a CIA agent? The right is
Fed confirmed.
saying to men, you will own a house. You will have beautiful children.
Oh, hold on.
Like a 65-year-old Fox News boomer's idea of what the left is. Are you a CIA agent? The right is saying to men, you will own a house. You will have beautiful children with your loving wife. You will have privacy. You will have free speech. You will own things, and you will be happy. And the left is like...
They like having all of the stuff they don't deserve.
But don't get me wrong, Republicans...
Yo, real. It real. Even if the far, middle to far right, I don't think has the best ideas of how to get us there. They're at least selling a pretty shiny product. Well, basically, the only people that are latching on to the left are people with extreme emotional insecurity already, and like the guilt feels better because just more of the internal drug they're already addicted to. Which I get it. I've been there. But you shouldn't be. You should go buy the house and get the beautiful kids. After you kidnap the wife, obviously.
It's not a very good message. It's really not. Does it get easier to cope at 30? I think that as a guy, you continuously level up over the years.
True.
And whenever you're starting out, like a 21-year-old girl has like the intrinsic value of being a 21-year-old girl. A 21-year-old guy doesn't have that intrinsic value.
True, he's getting into like the real hardcore, like sociological, psychological, biological, like intertwining reality of like that. Actually, I'll let him say his thing first because we might just end up repeating again. But yeah, I have a lot to go over this.
So as a guy, over the years, you develop more skills, you develop more of a personality, you develop more hobbies, you develop a stronger personality in general, and you become somebody that other people want to be around, somebody that other people want to rely on, and you create value for yourself. So I think that for a lot of guys, how many of you at this point, right? You were a loser whenever you were 20, and now you're 30 and you're not as much of a loser. Or at least on paper, you're not as much of a loser.
Yeah, the inherent progression. It's not saying it has to be this way, by the way. This is the inherent, like, natural progression. At, let's say, 18, 19, 20, a guy is level 1, and he goes up in levels. A woman at age 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 is level 99. And they generally go down. Now, they can still have and grow a lot of value outside their biological, inherent value. So, like, yes, you can have a, prestige level woman that has gone from the 99 at their biological peak and actually gone up more through social, economic, charismatic, personal, whatever value, right? There's another amp. Death. All right. And gain value akin to like how a guy does in the same way, but the scaling for guys is generally way steeper if they put the work into it, because we're to some extent built for it, right? Or at least we don't have the inherent nerfs that women do of like periods and reproduction, all that stuff that tends to hinder it, at least to some extent. Guys actually generally not just don't have the nerfs, but due to the scaling potential of how, like, on average, women are more interested in people and men are more interested in things. And things economically scale way better. So when you have, especially like a guy that is healthy, motivated, intelligent, and has an interest in a specialized, highly valued field, they can become extremely valuable extremely quickly and just keep going up, right? So yeah, if you're a young dude and you feel like you don't have a lot of value, the reality is, as a guy, no, you probably don't. But that's okay, that's normal. As you grow, you will level up, but you can level up way more if you put effort into it. Women can go up in value as well in different ways than the intrinsic value they already have biologically. It tends to peak in the early to mid 20s.
You might still be just as much of a loser, but maybe now you have a nice car, you've got a nice house. Yeah, there's a lot of people, right? Or they're going in that direction.
So like even me at 29, yes, I have like on paper regressed back to like my parents' basement, but I have a pretty significant plethora of skill sets at this point that I can apply towards, getting back to, on paper going somewhere, which I am. It's not a thing you can do overnight anyway. I mean, if you had the right connections, maybe, but I just didn't at the time. My option was stay in a really bad situation or go into my parents' basement and rebuild. That was basically it. I made my choice.
So I think that's what happens, is that especially for young guys, I think that this messaging is like extremely popular for guys under 25.
Republicans will not do shit. The Republican Party will not do shit. The establishment in general will not do shit to help
Is she wearing a glove on one hand?
any of this. But the right is at least rhetorically
No, never mind, it's just a
offering
light.
men something other than nothing or the eternal HR department.
Yeah.
Every time this discourse
And that's what I said before, right? Is that guys, especially young guys, just want to be aggressive and do whatever they want with no rules. So, like, that's why streams like Aiden Ross and Kai Cenat are so popular. That's why Ice Poseidon was so popular. That's why Jackass was so popular. That's why Bum Fights was so popular. And the next thing that guys get into, like the, 8-year-olds now that'll be 12 in like 4 years, it's also going to be psychotic. It's also going to be freakish. It's also going to be completely psychopathic. And they're going to love it. Because that's what people do. That's what guys do. And like, they don't want to get tone policed by a bunch of people that look like they're fucking teachers.
comes up, there's people like, we need a leftist Andrew Tate. We need masculine role models on the left. But the fact is, it's hard for progressives to organically appeal to men, because a large part of progressivism is oppressive hierarchies, and men are oppressors. Making progressivism look appealing to young men is an uphill battle from the start. And although it's funny to laugh at insane people on Twitter, as always, there have been a lot of left-wing content creators talking about men's issues. If you would have told me this would be a thing 9 years ago, I would not believe you, because anyone talking about men's issues back in the day was called an MRA or a pick-me. But lately I have seen a lot of good
pick-me was a girl thing. Well, I guess, yeah, if you're talking about girls. Okay.
Pro-men, lefty content. And I'll put some links to some below. I don't agree with all the points they say, but I recommend watching. Yeah. It's much better than...
They like having all of the stuff they don't deserve.
But the issue is a lot of this lefty pro-men content, it's always framed around, how do we get them? As if men are just pawns and tools for your personal politics. How do we
that's what they are.
Make the left more appealing to men? How do we stop lonely men from moving to Andrew Tate? Instead of just, how do we help men? And I think that's a really big issue. Both sides seem to treat men as political fodder. Disposable soldiers in the culture war and...
Well, that's actually kind of accurate.
Yeah.
Whatever you think about it.
Yeah, men have always been disposable soldiers. That's how it works.
Real war. Anyway, misandry is real. Oh good! Finally! And while it doesn't systemically affect cis men, it most certainly affects trans men. Oh. Y'all talking about misandry doesn't harm men, and trans men are right there reading this shit, by the way. I see, now we only care about misandry because it affects trans men. Everyone stop! It's affecting a group I care about now. I love how the rhetoric just like evolved overnight from male tears to cis male tears. And I just have to ask?
Well, it's just psychotic people that are, you know, completely socially isolated that are on the internet. It's really annoying that Americans telling another American he doesn't deserve the same rights that he does. It's fucking alienating. To me, it doesn't bother me because, like, I see somebody say that to me. It's like, who the fuck are you? It's like, what do I care what this dude thinks? Yeah, I don't really take people seriously whenever they say stuff like that. It's like this is just like this is an NPC in my life.
Why aren't you including trans men in your misandry,
Hey, someone said it. I've thought this before when in stuff like this.
Nobody told me how lonely being a man is. We knew what depth felt like before we transitioned. We knew what it felt like to like have people want to hug us and to have people want to talk to us and to have a community. And then you transition and you're just a guy walking down the street that people cross the street so that they're not near you. And friendships are so much harder to build. What's hard is none of this.
Is that true? Like I like this is my personal like experience. I have like no problem building friendships with people. And this is like not related to stream at all. Like it's just talking to somebody. Like I'll talk to somebody like, so yeah, you play Halo? Like, yeah, I used to play it too, man. And then that's it. I don't have a problem at all making friends with people. Rich, famous? No, I'm not talking. I'm just talking about like somebody I'll just like see if I go somewhere.
So, actually, someone in the chat made a good point as we're just like, it's not a friendship. That's not. You talk to a guy. That was it.
Invalidates how real and raw women and
I don't
people who are in marginalized groups feel about cis white men. All of that's valid, but I also now understand why the suicide rate is so much higher in men.
Welcome to being a man. Here's your complimentary isolation and yellow pillow. I love how even when he's experiencing the issues of being a man, he's like, this doesn't invalidate...
That one felt a bit personal.
People hating men. Come on, bro. Men struggling don't want to be lectured about the patriarchy. They don't want to be told it's all their fault. They don't want to be told they're part of...
Well, the funny thing is that Andrew Tate and them tell you that it's all your fault, too. Because you know what? It probably is.
You know how you fix the yellow pillow problem? You get a pillow cover. Mine are black, and then I drape a microfiber pillow over the one my head actually goes on. Because you know, I'm on an air mattress in the basement, so it gets pretty cold. So I have a microfiber blanket I actually sleep on, and I just put it right over my pillow. And I have another microfiber blanket, so I'm just between microfiber all the way. And I just add layers on top of the top one as the more warm I need to get. That's how you beat the yellow pillow syndrome.
If you're in a bad situation, now there's some people that it's not their fault, but for the majority, if you're in a bad situation, it's probably because you put yourself there. But it's the perspective of how you get out of that bad situation and the tone behind it.
Real. You probably put yourself in a situation, but we gotta be realistic in how we verbalize how you're supposed to get out of that situation.
The problem, because first of all, they're not. The average 20-year-old didn't build society. They go to
No.
work, come home, off to sissy hypno fetish porn, and go to bed like everyone else. I've talked about this before, but a lot of men's value comes from the money they make, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Men are natural providers, and if they have
That's
nobody to
right.
provide for, they get into findom or send random girls on the internet money. I'm
Yeah, there's a lot of
Yeah.
them that do that. That's crazy.
just kidding, but the fact is,
Like, the girl that invented Findom is, like, so smart. I can't believe, like, any of the girls that play into that and it actually works, I'm so impressed.
a lot of men simply feel like they don't have a purpose anymore. Whether
Yeah.
a job or a career that's fulfilling and pays well.
There's also no religion. I think this is a big factor, right? Is it like, what do you do all of it for? You work hard so you can die? Okay.
No, you work hard. In this day and age, you work hard to sustain yourself long enough for the life extension technology to come around. That's the real game. Then you're also working hard, so when the life extension technology hits, you're decently well off and on your way to becoming properly rich, so you can be rich while you're immortal in our sci-fi paradise. There you go. That's how you do it.
Well, then what? What's the point of it? I think religion plays a big factor as well. And that's why you see, like, a lot of guys, you know, now there's, like, a lot of conversation of dudes finding Jesus, getting into Islam, something like that. I think those are the main two right now.
I think Islam is a problem. However, that might partially be because a lot of my exposure, especially recently, have been like hyper aggressive, like murder. I'm not even joking, like frothing at the mouth murderous online Muslims from like Egypt and Saudi Arabia, to be fair.
Or a woman or family to protect and take care of and provide for. Men are lacking purpose, and a man will crawl through broken glass for a purpose.
True.
But you know who does make them feel like they have a purpose?
Jeez. Oh, look at that.
No, not him.
I say that life as a man is exceptionally difficult. I say the most beautiful and the most terrifying thing about being a man is you're born without value. Society doesn't care about you.
The absolute audacity to act shocked that Andrew Tate is scooping these guys up after a decade of lol male tears is insane. Andrew Tate isn't the solution to men's problems.
I hope not.
But he is talking to them. The fact is, you did not
True.
hear about them for years. And even now, you just want to recruit them.
Well,
not...
the thing.
Here's the thing. Tate came upon like a lot of the real problems. It just his solutions kind of suck. Or not. They don't even necessarily like suck inherently. It's just the extent he goes with them. He pushes that envelope too far. Yes, you're born without inherent value. Society doesn't care about you. You have to make society care about you, and you should do things that take care of your health and your finances and your long-term progression through your life, and that will give you purpose and progress and a feeling of satisfaction and contentment. However, the extent and degree to which he takes those to like the flat out womanizing, for example, is that's not healthy for anyone involved.
people want to, like, in terms of like politics, they just treating this as like it's a chess piece, right? It's like, well, if we can get more men to vote for us, then we can win and get more of the stuff that we want, right? There's no like real intrinsic goal here.
Help them. And that's why you will fail. And hey, maybe I'll be the Andrew Tate of the left. Men, listen up. Wash your penis. So I guess I'll leave you guys.
Guys,
why
I
do you
think we're
think
gonna
male
end this
loneliness
video.
has been increasing? What are your solutions for this problem? And are you dealing with loneliness? And I will see you guys next time with a new video. Bye.
Yeah, Sean, I remember this girl got really popular on like 4chan in like the early 2010s. I remember seeing her posted on there all of the time. Because like at the time she kind of looked a bit like Boxy, and people just went ape shit about it. Yeah. It was like right after that. Yeah.
Boxy,
Gamergate,
I forgot
2014.
about Boxy.
Yeah,
Holy
so she's
crap.
been around for a while. How was your life growing up, mate? It was great. It was awesome. Every day was good. I hung out with my friends all the time. We played video games all the time. We got hot dogs at 7-Eleven all the time. I wish I could
Didn't
go
do
back.
7-Eleven, but I mean,
was
yeah,
so
video
good.
games all the time.
Yeah, she dates Trad Cath. I don't know. I'm just saying I think the video is really good. There it is. Give it a like.
Oh, who cares about personal life? Anyway, all right, so Reactception, the movie, 3.5 hours in. This is probably like the final end super cut or whatever. The full cut of this will probably be a little bit shorter. Still super long. Listen. Actually, I feel like I've said just about everything I can say on the matter. I got nothing more. What are your thoughts on this? If you're watching this on YouTube or Rumble or BitChute or wherever I can fit this video, give me your thoughts in the comment sections, wherever you are. If you're in the stream, pop them in the chat. I am, however, gonna go get dinner, and when I come back, we're gonna make my Space Marine tournament list. So, if you liked any of this commentary, subscribe. We're gonna do more of this stuff in the future at some point. Also, I do miniature painting is my main thing, and some video games here and there. So, if you like any of that, hang around. But yeah, I'm going to go on break. The stream's going to continue. I'm just going to be on a break screen with some music, and I'll be back in like 20-odd minutes. I'll see you then.
We're going back to square one. We're back to where it all started. Somebody break it down. Break it, break it, break it, break it down. Just send me a prayer and I'll spread my wings in the sky. Let's go and wave like you see me now. Oh, no, we're flying high. Let's go and wave like you see me now. Hey, hey, tell me a story. You've been like you're mine. You know I waited for you to come alive, to fill me up and walk me down the aisle. Walk me, walk me, walk me, walk me down the aisle.
not bad. My camera's a little weird. Trying to fix that. Actually, if I just sit back, how's that? But my head's a little squished, I'm not sure why. Yeah, that's... Oh, you know what I might have to do? Hold on. Yeah, that fixed it. That was the problem. Right, I've been cropping the whole... Oops. Cropping the wrong thing. So, sorry people on Rumble, I can't figure out how to add the name of the stream mid-stream, so... That's fine. Yeah, we'll just go with that. Alright, so people... So... we're gonna be making my, Space Marine tournament list for, tomorrow. Standard 2K tournament. It's a local thing. Using most of standard rules. By my understanding, actually I should send off a message to double check, but I'm pretty certain we are allowing all Forge World stuff. Anyway, I got some ideas for that. I mean, I would like to bring my Sikaran vendor, but if not, I mean, alright. So, I have to remember all of my 40k stuff now. What does my army do? Also, I need to get some new gamer subs. Oh, yep, I got a message already. We are allowing the Forge World Legends stuff. Okay, cool. So, the Sikaran Vander will roll. Is that in the... That might be in the Forge World Legends index down here. Is this the FAQ or the... Okay. Yeah, it's the current vendor right here. So I gotta... Man, for trying to make this, like, so much, like, easier, at least right now, to do, like, a full list in at least the way, like, the old ways, you're still at... I have how many tabs open? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's gonna be 6 tabs of PDFs. Like, how did... They didn't make it any less insane. They actually didn't. Where's the Space Marine? Accessories, agents, ultramarines. Sorry, here we go. I'll put this like way over here. I'm gonna be like making the actual list here. Alright, so... Okay. So, actually, I think I can find... Oh yeah, I keep getting distracted. I'm gonna refill my gamer subs here. I'm gonna need it. I have like enough to get through the weekend. A good thing I ordered more. Anyway. One of these days I should get like an actual shaker cup. This is not technically a shaker cup. like water gets all in the cap here, but hey. Do we have a mission thing here for... I guess I could just pull out the actual book and look in there. Oh, we have the core rules here. Let's see. Do we have missions? I think we do towards the bottom. Oh yeah, I need this one open anyway for the Universal Stratagem reference. Yeah, here we go, missions. The only one they give is this. It's only war. Let's see, oh yeah, we're using their cards, I think. Oh, I should have the cards. Where's my Leviathan box? Here's the thing I think a lot of people miss when it comes to 40k. Oh, thanks, Plasma. I think a lot of people miss when it comes to 40k. They're always talking about, like, who's the most killy, or who's the toughest. Yo, it's about objective VP. If you ain't, like, earning victory points, you're losing. Like, yeah, there's no whole thing about denying the enemy victory points, but, like... Oh, maybe I don't have points. I should have. Don't I have points? Oh wait, no, I know where my cards are. Alright. I got cards. Also we have time to pull up pics of the Crest Suit proxies. Oh yeah, we can take a quick look at those. That's a thing we can do. Hobbying. Here we go. These are, legit pretty cool proxies. Not gonna lie. I can already imagine how they would look amazing with a pretty detailed paint job. A lot of lines, though. I suppose it depends on the style you want on that. But very cool, though. It kind of looks more realistic, at least to me anyway, of what a lot of that stuff would look like. Although I think the Shin probably would be more armored in reality, but eh. I guess there's some armor there. Yeah, that's cool. Pick a style I want, but replace orange with green? Okay, sure. Alright, so I got the cards. Oh! Alright. There's a style they want. This orange or green? That is very cool. I am all about this. This can definitely be done. It's not even hard. You know, like the Escorpina green I used on your Blade Guard swords? Like, I'd be using a lot of that. Like, I'd be painting in a lot of these, white, or maybe like, an off-white, and then the highlights of it, shock white, and then the Escorpina green as a wash. Which, if we get to it, I might be actually doing with the visor of my apothecary before we end tonight. Yeah, yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, it's very cool. Alright, so... Man, the thing is with the new cards, there's a lot of options here, so... And also, Space Marines are not that strong. What I remember is that's a pretty vehicle-heavy meta. However, it's a vehicle-heavy meta, which might be the... Lots of infantry might be the way to go. I can field 9 Eradicators. Now, let's see, how good Eradicators even are. Yeah, I just got confirmation. It's the cards. We're using the cards. Which is cool. I like the cards. It's just a lot to keep track of as far as, like, trying to plan for them. Okay, yeah, Eradicators. Okay, I'm gonna do... Actually, don't pull my keyboard out here. It's in front of me. Okay. So... Each time a ranged attack is made by a monster and targets a monster or vehicle model, you can reroll the hit roll, reroll the wound roll, reroll the damage roll. So we're pretty reliable as far as getting high rolls. However, you're no longer able to get the... Okay. Okay, so we're talking... How many? Okay, so it's still 1 to 6, or 3 to 6. I don't know if 6 is like a great idea. There's no reason not to split fire anymore. Because it's like per the model. So I guess you could do it in a 6, but I don't know why you would unless you were gonna buff them. Would I want to buff these guys? What is this? Page 161? Okay. Page 9, I think. Yeah, pretty close. So here's the thing. I'm picking up... For anyone that was around for the crazy, like, going through every single data sheet, like, stream, like, a month and a half ago, or whenever that was, or like 2 months ago now, I was talking about a crazy heavy intercessor blob combo. I'm picking up the heavy intercessors tomorrow. That's one of the reasons why I'm actually like, doing this tournament, to be honest. There's so much stuff going on. I actually don't have any of my Gravis characters raised, so there's not even really like a case for like buffing them. I just realized my Gravis captain is not done and will not be done. Like, I could put him on the field, but he's got like one arm. Well, actually no, I could pop the thing off the nail and pop it on, and he's like, I'm gonna grab him. Okay, so I could grab his arm because it's magnetized. Let me try to get the focus. That did not work at all. Anyway, I can grab his arm and pop it on and basically field him. So okay, let's operate as if we have a Grabs Captain and get a Power Fist ready to go as an option. I don't have the Biologist built ready. I don't know if I want to do that guy in sub-assemblies or not yet, because I've not really looked at the... Yeah, he's all still in the spook. Which, like, there's no time to do that anymore, really. So I'm not going to worry about that. Plus, like, I probably wouldn't try to give Eradicators a bunch of OC in it. Especially not now that I can't deep strike them anymore, or forward deploy them or anything like that. Like, they're just Eradicators. I think I can put them in Land Raiders now, though. That might be a thing. We'll come back to that. Okay, so let's say we were gonna take Gravis Captain to put up with 6 Eradicators. Before we even look at points. Our like good options are add up to the Codex to allow them to be in any doctrine they want, which gives us... So I can remember my doctrines here. Advance and shoot. Fall back and shoot and charge. And advance and charge. And the admin of the Codex gives them free tactical doctrine. Okay, so they can fall back and shoot. That'd be why you would do that. Bolter Discipline. This is the more likely one. While the Bear's leading unit, ranged weapons equipped by models, that unit has sustained hits 1 ability. In addition, while the Bear is under effects of the Devastator Doctrine, each time a model in that unit makes a ranged attack, a successful unmodified hit roll of 5 up scores a critical. Real quick. Is there anything about... Okay, so his move's actually 5, he has a leader, okay. Anything about the Eradicators they do like over here? No. Okay, so nothing like here. Nothing to do with their any of that stuff. Okay. Now, unmodified hit roll of 5 up scores a critical hit. Critical hit. Remind me, does a critical hit, is that automatically like it will hit? Stratagems. Way up. Unmodified hit roll 6 is called a critical hit and is always successful. It doesn't say if the critical hit actually is the successful part. Critical hit, unmodified hit roll 6, always successful. Okay, so maybe critical hit are always successful. However, I don't know of anything that's necessarily going to make them there's no additional part except that where sustain hits. Okay, so they get +1 hit. Let's get back and watch stuff is probably okay. Alright, let's suppose we are looking at 6 guys, 4 melter rifles, 2 multi-meltons. It's all at 18 inch range. 8 shots, re-rolling hits. Sustain hits 1, so 8 shots. You figure on a 6, so one of those ends up on our shot, so like 9 hits, 9 shots, one of them becomes a hit. So like, probably 4 hits on average. If you make a critting on a 5 for that, then let's say like 5 hits. I don't know what the reroll adds to that. I think it's like a full reroll. We could be looking up to 6 hits, maybe, in Devastator Doctrine, where they can advance and shoot. And then, which would be good to get into Melter range, because you're trying to get into 9 inch range. And you add 2 to D6. Where we reroll the wound roll, which is good, because we're looking at Strength 9 and Vehicle Meta, where it's like a lot of toughness, like 10s and higher. Unless we're talking about, unless I get matched up against Dark Eldar again. However, that big stuff is what I'd be bringing my Sakari for. Yeah, I think this list is starting to come together. I want some... I want... Yes. Okay, so let's put in the Relic Sakari. And I want to say we saw 220 points for that. And then let's say a Gravis Captain, and let's say a 6-man Eradicator, and let's say another 3-man Eradicator. And we have a Primaris Captain, right? 10 Hellblasters, you know, the captain we just finished painting last week, right? Is that last week? Yeah, last week. I think. Yeah. Probably have the Apothecary. Then we'll say, I'm gonna figure out the points for this after. I just want to see, like, stuff that comes to mind. So, you know what the captain doesn't give anymore, but you can still get? It's a standard Dreadnought. Gives an aura of reroll. Is a reroll? I don't think reroll hits. I think it's reroll ones to hit. Reroll hit roll 1, which is big for the Hellblasters, obviously. Well, actually, no, I just hit. That doesn't change the... Hold on, I gotta look at the plasma thing again. has this. Jimmy used selected to shoot a fight if one or more models that has weapon, and after the unit has resolved all its attacks, you take one hazardous test for each hazardous weapon. That was just used by rolling 1d6 for each roll of 1. Okay, so it's a completely separate roll. That's fine. However, it just makes it more efficient, and it's an aura, so I can stack them with non-eradicators because they have their own rerolls, so they can be elsewhere doing stuff. I need to see. Infantry unit, that's fine. Yeah, reroll, hit roll 1. So we can stack intercessors around this guy, and they'd hit harder. My Centurions are technically built. That's how I got them. Their Centurion Devastator squad. Grav Cannon, Centurion Missile Launcher. 9 grav shots. And... oh, it already has a reroll hit roll 1. These can be elsewhere too. Well. Where'd I put the points for all these? That's the... oh, this is like towards the bottom. Okay. Alright, so let's get some points. Gravis Captain, 95. Eradicators, 190 and 95. A Primaris Captain, that's our one. Oh yeah, how many 10 Hellblasters? 250? Dreadnoughts on the higher side too. Or higher, top. First page. 160. And for a decently tough reroll. I keep clicking out. Captain is 80, Apothecary is 55. Okay. So where's the I'm trying to remember how to do this. It's been a minute. Oh, it's just down here, right? 11:45. Okay, so we're only like halfway through. Yeah, I can just hit this. Oh, it's my camera's covering it. But we're at 11:45. Okay. So let's get some troops. We'll just say I'm not sure there. Intercessors. 190 for 10. Okay. So looking at 380 for 20. You know, I think I want the... I think I want the chunkiness. That's fucking it. Alright, so I want 1525. Now, I think Land Raiders... Oh, actually, I probably want technically Sakara, eh? Let's see. Add one and a hit roll. Right, which the Sakaran... Just like one of these, right? Okay, fine. Oh, are they not in the Legends? They're in the normal? No, there's only 4 sheets here. Where are the Sakarans? The assortment. Okay. Oh, is it the? Yeah, hold on. It's the other sheet. It's the horse hairs. It's the one marked horse hairs there. Oh wait, no, that's the field manual. This. Right, okay, here we go. So whatever... this one? I don't need this. I'm not bringing anything on that list. Is a Relic Contemptor, that's a maybe. I do like its revive ability, and its Volkites are still, you know, a thing. Hibiscus Devastating Wound is now 2 more wounds per. Stan Sakaran, Arcus, Vander. Here we go. Okay, so... Closest, add 1, or if I just have a Tech Marine on him, he's just always hitting on 2s. So I can go after the targets that actually matter. So yeah, alright. So let's say we add a Primaris Tech Marine. So I'll be down here. 65 points. $15.90. So we have 410 points to go. Let's say I wanted a land green. I could fit a Land Raider. Do I want to put in a Land Speeder? What's the Land Speeder do? Oh yeah, I guess I don't need this sheet. I'm not pulling anything from there. Okay, started shooting phase. Like one enemy unit is visible to this model until the end of the phase. Each time a friendly Victor starts model makes an attack with a blast weapon. The target's enemy unit add 1 to the hit roll, and the attack has the door's cover ability. Right. So this is the thing that helps with like artillery and explosives and stuff. I'm not currently setting up to bring any particularly large amount of any of the other land speeders. Tornado has the bombing run. I thought it was really interesting at first. Now I'm like, it's kind of meh. I'm not feeling this, so. Okay. This is the fire and redeploy, shooting crack missiles, or frag, depending. And a multi-melta. I don't know if that's super worth it. My other option is to so here's the thing. If I could lock down my backfield, because I found a combo that's actually like relatively cheap, where I take 5 man of infiltrators and a Phobos librarian, and I conga line them in the back. Right, you can't target them outside 12 inches, and you can't deep strike them 12 inches. So you have to move up and actually like engage them in close quarters, which means you have to get through the rest of them. Now, if I actually do end up running into a vehicle heavy meta, for the most part, it won't really matter. It'll just be a waste of points. However, if it's someone else trying to go counter to the meta, like I'm trying to do, with just a lot of infantry, and a fair bit of it being anti-armor infantry, like I would have taken Devastators to that and built me because I wanted to build and paint them on stream. So those are not ready either. I would probably like also toss like a squad of these in that bubble. Like you could target them, however, you wouldn't be able to deep strike near them, so you would have to shoot them out, which means if I put them into some kind of cover, actually cover doesn't mean anything, I don't know. But they could be on a building where they get bonuses. You just give them a bunch of las cannons or missile launchers, something long range. However, that's not really an option. So, I also have, actually, here's a good question. Is the Storm Raven still... Oh, it's in the lore blurb. Lore blurb. Storm Raven. Rav takes up the space of 2. It can transport 12 and a Dreadnought. So it can transport 6 Gravas. Ironically, I'm setting up for 7. Or, well, I do have 3 aggressors. Storm Raven, aggressors, and no, or the Centurions, but not Assault Centurions. That doesn't mean as much. They're Centurions. Which, like, you could just move them where you want them. See, so in theory, this would have twin heavy plasma cannons. Twin multi-melta. Would I actually want to swap out the plasma for the last cannons? So it has the missiles, hurricane bolters, D3, or it's 2D3, because actually, oh no, it's twin wound. Ah, it's reloaded wound. Oh, and the last cannon's 1 shot with reloaded wound. Ooh. Yeah, I really don't like this whole twin link thing. To be honest, I'm gonna be totally honest with you, I don't care for the twin link thing. So, our other options are... I mean, I'd probably just go with the plasma, as it's more shots. Yeah. I almost wonder if I will go with the assault cannons. Because devastating wounds. Like, I'd be fishing for mortal wounds, basically. However, it's only 6 shots. Ruling wounds, though, so more likely to hit the 6. I think, like, at best, it's like an average of 2 mortal wounds a turn. I don't know if that really gets me a lot, honestly. I guess I'll just stick with the standard loadout. Anyway. So, like, in theory, like, I'd have on the ground somewhere the Gravis Captain 6, well, actually, alright, hold on, let's look at the land rating. If I wanted to ground transport 7 Gravis, is this, like, a thing I could do? Yeah, I don't have a standard land rate. It would be a land rate repeater. Because with Overwatch stratagem now, like the Flamestone cans are kind of brutal. 2d6 plus 6. Strength 6, neg 2, 2 damage. Ignoring cover on Overwatch. Then all the other guns, you know, trying to hit 6s. Assault Ram, you disembark so it's my main normal move, use elbow for charge. That doesn't really matter for our sake. However, 14. Gravis counts as 2. Okay, so man, I wish I could kind of do points. There's no way that points exist for both, though. Do they? Hold on. Oh, probably not. Probably not. Let's see. If I just shove in like 295, there's no way this is gonna fit. That'd be kind of ridiculous. Storm Raven against 255. Yeah, no. It's like 600 something points right here. What I just say? 255. Yeah, 21 to 40. I'm at 21 to 40. That's not even including throwing the aggressors in there. How many is 3 aggressors for reference? I keep clicking that one. Do I need this? I got the... What is it, man? 220? Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna get this. I don't think I really need this. Nah, I don't really need this. Okay, 110 for aggressors. Okay. So let's say we're gonna shove in... Actually, I'll put them up here. Let's say 110 aggressors. And they were my drop troops, basically. I just used the... I could actually... This makes more sense than with the Hellblasters, I think. Maybe? Well, actually, yeah. Actually, it does, because my Dreadnought would have Multi-Melta and Power Fist. Even a reroll once to hit. Is that only on ranged, or is that in general? You drop 3 Eradicators, 3 Aggressors, and a Box Knot. Each time a mountainous unit makes an attack. Okay, that's amazing. Because that means my aggressors... my aggressors, if they're, it would be auto. Again, reroll once a hit on this, and the grenade launcher, and the Power Fist, which is already going to be 3 hitting on 4s. I don't think there's any way I can help that, except for the reroll once a hit, really, and twin links for rerolling wounds. So 9 hits, 4s, rule. Yeah, okay, that's not terrible. I'm saying that they're Power Fists, kill Space Marines. And on the range thing, they get +1 AP on range attack, so that's pretty good too. Okay. So what do we need to make this happen? Because then we also throw the 7 Gravis into the Land Raider. So this is the Land Raider Lunar. How many points do we have to drop? 250. So ironically is the Hellblasters. Or the Sakaran pairing. I mean, the Sakaran's like brutal. You know what I can drop? Okay, the Apothecary last couple times you said didn't do much of anything with the Hellblasters. They died too quick. Like, 1 Hellblaster back was not enough to do like anything. If I dropped one of my intercessor squads, I'm 5 points over and I've not put any stuff on them. Any enhancements. I could drop the Tech Marine. Right? Because if this card still just focuses on the closest thing, which it will almost certainly kill unless I roll absolutely terribly like my last game against Orcs. Granted, that was a 1,000-point game, so I was kind of screwed already. We're at 1940, and then we would want... I hate the squat. Well, no, there's no way of doing it differently. I was like, how could I... Oh, wait. I have this backwards. The sustained hits. Hold on. Where's the... It's on page, like, 5. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I nailed it. Okay, range attacks. Things hits 1. However... I need to redo my health blasters paint job at some point. Okay. I am thinking here. However, oh, well, on that, yeah, okay. Okay. Hold on. Oh, it's coming together. It's coming together. Bear with me. I'm making just a giant kill bubble. Like just a Death Star. I'm just feeling like a crazy Death Star. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, I don't want the aggressors in here because they can't charge. You put them in the Land Raider. You put the Gravis Captain with the aggressors. So he can get into melee. And then we buff him. We give him like the honor abandonment. Which in Assault Doctrine, I mean, there won't be advancing and charging necessarily, but I could put him in it anyway. And then I give Bolter Discipline to the other captain with the Hellblasters. Which seems to work well enough, because then they get more plasma hits. Right? I think that makes sense. Or do I want a Tactical Doctrine so they can for free retreat and shoot? Once per battle round, 1 unit from your army with this ability can be targeted by stratagem for its CP. I mean, this is actually going to be pretty brutal if actually someone does get into combat with him, though, because he has the Power Fist. So that's 8 attacks, devastating wounds, hitting on 2s. Oof. This is the other one. Refuse to yield, have a damage check. and he would have the Relic Fist, so +1 attack, so 6 attacks, and I would be making that. Okay. 7 attacks or 8. 7 attacks at strength 9 or 8 attacks at strength 10. Yeah, turn that guy into a missile. With Land Raider opens up aggressor bodyguard with covering fire from the Redeemer for close range. Eradicators will also be in relatively close range. And then also, I don't know if the sustained hits on the 6 shots really make sense when I could have them on 10 plasma shots. Or was it 20 plasma shots? They have like 2 shots per, right? Yeah, 2 shots, 20 plasma shots. That makes way more sense for sustained hits. So yeah. Okay, it's just coming together. I gotta pee, I'll be right back. Oh, welcome back, Plasma. I think we just figured out the list, but I'll go over that in a minute when I get back. I really gotta pee.
You know, we're never letting go. This time we can reach the sky. On a prayer we go higher than high. Yeah, wide awake, it's a big mistake, 'cause it's something we can deny. Oh, this time we can reach the sky. On a prayer we go higher than high. Yeah, I'm wide awake, it's a big mistake, 'cause it's something we can deny. But with a love like this, we'll never fall. 'Cause I'm wide awake. 'Cause with a love like this, we'll never fall. Out of my head, out of bed, still sleeping. Could I be dead? Or is it something I have done? Did I lead you on to think that I was gone? Trapped inside a fake reality.
Okay. Okay, I think this is coming up. I need the point values for the enhancements. So, both disciplines 25. So let's say you're 105, right? The honor of anime, I believe, is 15. Yep. So we'll say you're at 110. Okay, where are we at? 1980. Do I even have any other characters? No. Okay. Alright, so here's the concept, right? We have a Redeemer carrying 3 Eradicators, 3 Aggressors, and a Gravis Captain that's set up as a beat stick, right? That's probably going to charge towards the middle of the map and just lock down the middle. I'm thinking split the Intercessors into 2 squads of 5. 2 5-man. And they'll both have probably like Power Fists or something. Power Fist, Grenade Launcher. Yeah. We have a Dreadnought. Dreadnought's gonna be hanging with the Hellblasters. Because they would get the most out of the reroll 1 hit aura. Even though I like the idea of like dropping it from the Storm Raven somewhere to cause havoc. But you know what? I might do that anyway. Drop it with 6 Eradicators. This song's complete knocking me off. Anyway. Sure. Whatever. I don't even know that song. Anyway. Dreadnought with Multi-Melta and Dreadnought Power Fist. Drops with 6 Eradicators. So we're talking about 10 Melta shots in very close range. Coming in turn 2. Which can't be zoned out. Because they're not Deep Strike. It's just the the Storm Raven flying in. So I can drop them outside of an inch. So they will have Melta range. Like, what are the flyer rules again? Okay, hold on. I have to like review this here. Alright, so because I've not done this yet in 10th edition. When you are instructed to declare battle formations, aircraft models must start the battle in reserves instead of being set up on the battlefield. Once the battle started, aircraft models are then treated as strategic reserve units for all rules purposes. Only units that are themselves placed in the reserves can start the battle embarking on aircraft transport models that are in reserves. Aircraft models cannot advance, fall back, or remain stationary. If an aircraft model is selected to move in movement phase, any enemy units that are within the engagement range, that aircraft model still make a normal move. Each time an aircraft model makes a normal move, minimum 20 inches, yeah. If we're making a normal move, any part, yep, it just goes back in strategic reserves. When it's declared to move movement phase, engagement range. Okay, but what about transport? Okay. Alright, so I guess the idea is... let's go forward. You have to put everyone inside them into reserves. Which means I gotta check, like, the points for my guys. Okay, note that while all strategic reserve units are also technically reserve units, the reverse is not true, and so these rules not apply to units that are using other rules that enable them to start the bound reserve, such which is instances described by those other rules. And you can have up to, okay, so then 750. It's a first instance of reserves. I don't know, yeah, the reinforcements after your movement phase. If you have any reserves units in your army, select one or more of them and set them up on the battlefield one at a time. Once all your reserves units which set this turn have been set up, your movement phase ends and you progress to your shooting phase. Reserve units always count as having made a normal move in the turn they're set up on the battlefield, and so cannot move further during this phase. Okay, and then okay, and they just use strategic reserve rules. As for how they command, etc., etc. Okay. Second battlefield must arrive be wholly separated 6 inches from any battlefield edge, and no models and those units can be set up within the enemy's deployment zone. I don't see anything saying that they can't then move and do stuff after that, actually. Oh, all other rules that apply when setting up reserve units also apply when setting up strategic reserve units. Okay, so they will... the aircraft will come in... 6 inches. Or I can declare a hover. In which case, it loses the -1 a hit. Its move characteristics 20 inches, which if I deploy aggressively, a stealth suit looks pretty good. Allows for a better alpha strike. And then I can ensure that the flyer is set up somewhere where it's actually useful. Downside is that it can also get shot out of the air before it gets to the deployment thing. But that's kind of the case for strategic reserves too. It's just in theory I would have whittled them down a little bit. Or they could alpha strike it off before it gets to do anything. So at least it gets to shoot if it comes in from strategic reserves. I guess it depends on that mission, because I can decide on at the battlefield. So okay. So it's probably gonna drop because I find middle of the map Death Ball seems to be one of the better ways to go with Space Marines, and then branch outward from there towards the left and the right, towards objective markers. Drop the Dreadnought and the Eradicators right there in the middle. With the Relic Sicaran in the back, or actually Relic Sicaran moving wherever it wants to, because as long as it shoots at the closest thing, it's hitting on 2s for its main guns. It doesn't have any repair staff to worry about. And the Hellblasters are going to be kind of just running up behind the rest, which is fine. They have decent range. And Intercessors will, yeah, be doing the same, just running towards their side objectives probably. Because everyone else is going to be in the middle, so like, yeah, good luck. I think this is a list. Is it the best list ever? Probably not. Ironically, for trying to counter the vehicle meta, I have a vehicle meta. No less than 4 vehicles in a Space Marine list. But I mean, do I need this Dreadnought in here? Who's getting the reroll ones to hit? I guess the Hellblasters. What's the... Well, I guess the Hellblasters, the well, actually, no. If I drop it next to the... Aggressors and the Gravis Captain, they suddenly all get reroll ones to hit on their melee. Yeah, okay, no, that's worth it. Even if I can't get the Hellblasters in there, it can get into combat and with its crazy melee and buff the aggressors and Gravis Captain doing whatever they're doing. That's pretty brutal. Okay. I think that's a list. Alright, so... Oh man, we hit the game itself, so I'm like crashing. What's the excitement for hanging out and doing some painting? I would be jumping to painting, finishing the Apothecary and painting the, I guess the Gravis Captain more. Probably work on his arm a bit to give that a little bit of color at least. I'm just sounding like super tired, good lord. This isn't that surprising. I've gotten like maybe 2 to 3 hours of sleep a night for the last like 3 or maybe 4 nights, yeah, 3 nights. 3 nights in a row, I think? I don't know. Sleep's been a thing. Or not a thing, I should say. Yeah, I don't know. I think if there isn't a whole lot of enthusiasm in chat, I might call it here. It's not like this didn't give me a whole lot of video editing content for later. Yeah, I'm still got so much potential video editing next week. It's a good thing, but... I could actually... Okay. spin back the energy around and do some videoing tonight. Catch up on stuff from last week. Alright, well, if no one wants to get in chat and tell me to keep painting it, or start painting, then, yeah, guess I will call it here. Next week, I intend to actually... That sounds throwing me off again. I gotta redo the playlist, or make an actual playlist instead of just grabbing a keyword. Anyway. Next week, I should actually be doing my normal schedule, and it should be mostly painting, unless people give me stuff to react to. Although I might do some Asmon Baldur's Gate like I originally intended to for this stream. I don't know, we'll see. And I should actually stream all 3 days, and if I actually get ahead on video editing and like catch up and like the couple other things I want to do to improve the stream, then I don't have more programming work lined up yet, because we're in talks for the next contract. I might even stream Wednesday, so we'll see how that goes, if I'm super productive or not. So, yeah, I suppose I'll just see you guys next week, hopefully. If you enjoyed this, whether it was the reaction to culture content or the 40k stuff, follow, subscribe, whatever's correct in your platform, as I am streaming on 3 different platforms, YouTube, Kick, and Rumble, and next week we'll be editing Twitter. Twitter will be edited next week. I'll be streaming on Twitter. Yeah. So, whatever fits your preference. Or check out the description of wherever you're at, and there should be a link to Linktree where all my stuff is. Yeah, and I'll catch you guys next week. Have a great weekend, guys.